Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto had Erza as his closest sister? Movie. Where is she? A shrill voice cried out, no doubt waking up anyone that had managed to fall asleep on the cell block after another exhaustive day under the yoke of the Dark Guild. Where is my mom? What did you do to her? There was no doubt in Rob's mind as the voice was silenced by the meaty thwack of a fist meeting flesh. Their captors had raided another village, and had brought more slaves for labor. The sound of chains dragging along the ground could be heard drawing closer until, finally, a lone torch lit up the bleak cell, blinding Rob and the children inside. He could make out the jingling of keys as he shielded his eyes from the light, and then a muffled groan and a loud crash as another body, covered head to toe in chains, was thrust into the cell, before a muffled curse announced that the newcomer was being trussed up at the rear of the cell. A dull clanging rang out as the chains were driven into the wall by stakes. Why the hell did we bring this one back if we weren't going to put him to work? One of the guards growled out after smashing his thumb with the heavy mallet. Boss said he was strong. Probably wants to try to convert him. Did you hear what he did to the raiders? Nah, what did he do? Well, the second guard started with a snicker. They found a pretty little village out in the middle of nowhere, real picturesque. Nice trees, quaint little houses, all that. So they gathered up everyone in the center of town, and then they set the whole place ablaze. Turns out, two of them are wizards, a blonde-haired bastard that used some sort of teleport magic, and this red-haired bitch that could create and manipulate chains. Chain make magic, I dunno. Anyways, they started to cause trouble, so the bosses stepped in and put 'em down, like dogs, right in front of everyone. Turns out, this brat is their kid, and it shook him up pretty bad. I don't know what magic he was using, but there's going to be a lot of empty beds in the barracks. Wait, if this little punk is so strong, how did he get captured? A mix of sleep and illusion magic, I hear. They chained him up while he was dazed and confused. So these chains, magic absorbing metal, if the kid tries to use magic, it'll be useless unless the chains come off. And the only people that have keys. The bosses. Bingo. With a final clang, the last stake was driven into the wall, and the guards left the cell, chuckling at the fate of the poor bastard they had just strung up. Once he was sure they were gone, Rob rushed to the rear of the cell to check on the new cellmate and was brought up short at what he saw. A young boy, probably no older than 9 years old, was covered in chains and nailed to the wall. His parents must have been quite powerful if the slavers are this nervous about the boy. Rob wondered. Is he okay? A voice quietly called from the other side of the cell. The speaker, a young girl of 11 with red hair and brown eyes, crawled across the cell floor and gasped when she saw the child. Why would they do this to a little kid? She asked Rob, so perplexed by the unprovoked cruelty of their masters. Fear, little Erza. If what those guards said is to be believed, the slavers bit off more than they could chew when they attacked this boy's parents. They fear the magic he is capable of manipulating. Magic? Asked in wonder. You mean this little boy can use magic? I have a name. A shrill voice called out indignantly from the bundle of chains. Blue eyes pierced the dark as the young boy took in his surroundings and the strangers in front of him. He gasped in surprise when his gaze rested on Erza, and he thrashed against his chains. Mom, you're okay. I knew those guys were. He trailed off as his eyes continued to adjust to the dark. You aren't my mom, he asked in confusion. Your mom, Erza asked, surprised. The little boy huffed in frustration. You look so much like her, with your pretty red hair. No, my boy, she isn't. This is Erza, a prisoner, stolen away from her family, just like you and every other child here. My name is Rob, although everyone here just calls me Old Man Rob. He ended with a kind chuckle. What about my mom, and my dad? The child asked hurriedly, his eyes shining in fear. Erza's shoulders slumped at the question. She had heard the story the guards told. They were, Erza said numbly. How can the world be so cruel to someone so little? They were able to escape, but they were unable to save you. Rob said quickly, cutting Erza off with a look that said they would have a private discussion later. The slavers took you as a hostage so that your parents would back down. Oh, he replied. He sounded so relieved, it nearly broke Erza's heart. Why am I all chained up? I probably look like some weird metal mummy, huh? He asked. Erza couldn't help but giggle. He did look like a mummy. That, Rob stated slowly, is because the slavers are afraid that you and your magic, like your parents, will cause them trouble. They don't want to risk you manipulating your magic and catching them off guard. That's dumb, the kid shouted. Those jerks have some nerve, taking away magic. You can use magic, the Erza exclaimed in disbelief. At such a young age. Rob thought in wonder. Well, duh, of course I can, my parents taught me how. Wow, Erza exclaimed, her eyes shining in excitement. I've never seen someone do magic before. Can I see? Rob chuckled at her question. It had been so long since he had seen the girl smile. I wish I could show you. Trust me, my magic is way cooler than my mom and dad's. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to be working. Gah, this is so annoying. He groaned. It's those chains, Rob stated sadly. They absorb magical energy. I'm afraid that you will not be capable of using your magic until those chains come off. Oh, the boy hung his head low, and did not speak for a long time. Rob was about to give some words of encouragement, until he heard the boy begin to snore. He smiled sadly. As much as this child has been through, I imagine he needs his sleep. He turned to Erza to suggest she rest as well, only to find her slumped against the wall next to the boy, asleep. He smiled as he laid down as well, at peace for the first time in a long while. The next day, the boy awoke to a ring of eyes surrounding him, and he realized that Erza and the old man were not his only cellmates. Seeing that he was awake, a boy with blue hair and a tattoo on the right side of his face introduced himself as Jelal and then introduced everyone else in the cell. The young boy was happy. Despite their bleak situation, everyone seemed friendly enough, and had welcomed him with open arms. It's nice to meet you all. My name's Naruto Uzumaki, and don't you forget it. At his loud introduction, Rob and all of the children in the cell laughed at him. As the day wore on, they were all herded out of the cell for work, leaving Naruto alone and chained in the dark. A few hours after they had left, two men came into his cell bearing torches. The two were like night and day, one tall and lean with a nasally voice, the other short and fat, his voice ridiculously deep. His gut jiggled as he spoke. So, you're the little runt from the last raid, huh? We lost a lot of people to you and your worthless parents. We sure did, you little shit. So, to make up for the losses, you're gonna be working for us, lending us the power of your magical talent. Naruto stiffened up at the dark mage's claim. And why would I want to do that? Just keep talking, just you watch. My parents are gonna come for me, and they're gonna rip you to shreds. He spat out. The fat man chuckled as he waddled forward, leaning forward to whisper in his ear. That ought to be a really neat trick, considering the condition we left them in at your village, he said darkly. What are you talking about, fatso? Before the mage could register the insult, the lanky man stepped between them, sensing an opportunity. What he means doesn't matter. The truth is, the only way you will ever see your parents again is if this tower is completed. So, if you are willing to lend us your power, you can work for us and we'll bring them to see you. If you don't help us, he let the threat hang, and wasn't disappointed when the kid took the bait. You shut up. There's no way I'd ever help scum like you. My parents would never forgive me. Scum, the fat one shouted, slamming his fist into the boy's face, throwing his head back against the cell wall, knocking him out cold. The nerve of that brat. We're Zeref's chosen. Ease up, he's no good to us dead. The lanky overseer shouted, jerking the fat man towards the door. Let's go. Whatever, the fat one huffed, before storming out of the room, and slamming right into the old man that was walking in, knocking him to the dirt. Watch it, slave. The man scrambled in the dirt, bowing their head. Forgive me, master, please, I meant no disrespect. The two mages moved past his prostrated form, ignoring him. They never saw the smile that graced Rob's face as he slipped a key into his tattered clothes. A week later, Naruto awoke to the sound of shouting, and found that the area outside the cell was ringed with guards. The two overseers stood just on the other side of the cell, and on the other side of them he could see Erza, Simon, Jelal and the others. They looked terrified. So, the fat one said, his belly rumbling as he tried to hold back his laughter. Attempting an escape, are we? And who's the mastermind behind this little operation? My guess would be, you. He shouted, grabbing Erza by the hair before dragging her out of the room. Jello tried to follow, tried to get Erza back, shouting that it was his idea, but he was thrown back by a kick from the lanky mage. Know your place, scum. You'll get her back in one piece, mostly. He strolled out of the cell as well, laughing at his own joke. The guards followed after caving in the small tunnel the group had managed to construct. Naruto felt the chains around him shake as he tried to pull himself from the wall. He wanted to help so badly, but there was nothing he could do. The dark mages had taken away his power and the girl he looked up to like a sister, but he was powerless, unable to intervene. If I ever get out of these chains, he thought darkly. Drifting off to sleep a few hours later, Naruto and the others never saw Jello knock out the guard that came to deliver their rations. We can't just leave him behind. Naruto heard a young girl shout. He saved my life. We can't keep bowing and scraping for these slavers. We have to stand up and fight. Loud cheers followed her statement. Naruto opened his eyes when he felt someone pulling on his chains and was astonished to see Erza. Oni-chan, he shouted. Your ba, Erza, what happened to your eye? He asked quietly when he saw the patch covering her right eye. She just smiled and shook her head sadly as she worked a key into the locks on his chains. Naruto could hear shouting and the sounds of weapons clashing outside the cell. What's going on? Where did you get that key? Grandpa Rob gave it to me. He said he stole it from one of the overseers, but that's not important. Jello came to save me, but he got captured instead. We need to save him. Will you help us, Naruto? She asked as the chains fell from his body and he collapsed to the floor. His body hadn't moved at all in the time that he had been there, so the last thing Erza expected was for him to stand up with a smile plastered on his face. That's a dumb question, Oni-chan. Of course I'll help my friends. He spread his arms wide as he stretched his limbs. Then his smile disappeared. My magic still isn't working. I can feel it being drained away. He gazed at his arms. Why didn't you take the cuffs off? He asked, referring to the metal bands around his wrists. Unlike the chains, which had been clipped onto him by a series of locks, the cuffs appeared to be welded shut on his wrists. Oh no, Erza whispered. She had been counting on the young boys, awesome magic, to help in the fight to save Jello. Don't worry, Naruto said, his face serious. My dad taught me how to fight without magic, so I won't be defenseless. Now come on, we need to save Jello. Naruto wondered what exactly he had done to anger the universe so much. First, he was kidnapped by slavers. Then he was imprisoned, and now he was in the middle of a small war as the slaves fought for their freedom against the Dark Guild. All things considered, the battle was going surprisingly well. They had managed to liberate numerous cell blocks and they had the guild's soldiers on the defensive. And Erza was amazing. The girl he considered as his adoptive sister was a force of nature, and he couldn't help but think of his mother when he saw Erza fight and direct the rebelling slaves. Granted, that was at the beginning of the rebellion. Now that they had shaken off their initial surprise, the soldiers were holding their ground. But Erza just kept pushing on, driving the freedom fighters forward. The charge against the entrenched guards was cut short as a series of explosions cut the vanguard to pieces. Magic soldiers. Naruto heard Sho, one of the friends he had made in his cell, shout. In the distance he could see their deformed bodies floating over the battleground, unleashing torrents of magical energy into the retreating rebels. No, Erza cried out, we have to keep pushing forward. She continued to run towards the oncoming horde, trying in vain to rally the scattered slaves. Naruto moved to join her but found himself face to chest with a massive guardsman bearing a broadex and a sadistic grin. Oh, come on. Naruto pulled himself to the side as the axe slammed into the ground where he had been, cleaving into the stone. There is no way I can block that head on. Lightning fast, the axe was moving again, flying to cleave Naruto's head from his shoulders, only for Naruto to duck beneath, driving his sword home into the brute's chest. The soldier drew back and stared down at the blade, a dumbstruck look on his face before chuckling as he pulled the blade out and threw it away. Gonna take a little more than that, you worthless brat. He brought the axe up high with a flourish and brought it arcing down. The world seemed to slow as Naruto gazed across the battleground. Erza was crying, lying in the dirt where she had been knocked by the retreating slaves. Simon fell to the ground, blood pouring from his now destroyed eye socket. Naruto numbly realized that they were losing, and he was powerless to help. None of them can die. They're good people. He thought back on the way Rob and Erza and all the others had doted on him when he had been imprisoned with them. They're kind people. He could feel his magic building, but it was being siphoned away just as quickly. They're my friends. The axe continued to fall steadily as the world began to speed up again, and Naruto raised his arms above his head, hoping to catch the head on his wrists. If I can't get these stupid things off, I'll at least use them to my advantage. Naruto wasn't sure who was more surprised at what happened next, him or the soldier. The moment the axe made contact with his cuffs, both the axe head and the cuffs shattered. My axe, the soldier sputtered out, that was magically reinforced steel. How did you? His eyes narrowed in recognition. You're that kid. The soldier's rage ebbed away as he noticed an odd look on the boy's face. The kid was smirking. What the hell are you? A scream pierced the air, silencing the battlefield, and drawing Naruto's attention back to Erza. In front of her stood old man Rob, covered head to toe with burns. Ahead of him, a massive crater stood between him and the oncoming magic soldiers. He blocked their combined attack. Naruto thought in wonder. I never realized that the old man was a mage too. He was brought out of his wonder as Rob fell to the ground, his skin a sickly green color. He showed all the signs of what his parents had called magic exhaustion. He used up all of his power to save Erza. He thought numbly. As he watched, Rob whispered in Erza's ears with a smile on his face, before crumbling to dust in Erza's arms. The field grew deathly silent upon the death of the kind old man, and Naruto felt his magic come alive, coiling like a snake in the pit of his stomach, fueled to greater heights than ever before by his emotions running rampant. He felt it from Erza as well. My magic is back. He watched in awe as a massive magic circle flared beneath Erza, and every weapon near her rose into the air and launched into the approaching soldiers. Hey, you little brat. I'm your opponent, so you better not. Whatever the soldier was going to say died on his lips when he felt the pressure coming off of the child in front of him. His magic power, geez, he makes the bosses look like little kids. Take over, the kid said slowly, the weight of his words carrying enough force to drive every Dark Guild member in the area to their knees. Kurama's cloak. A blinding light engulfed the boy, forcing everyone to turn away from the magnificent blaze of magic energy. As the light died away, everyone, slaves and slavers alike, found themselves too shocked to move. Where there had once been a shrimp of a blonde-haired boy, a monster now stood. The beast appeared to be made out of pure red ether nano, flowing all over its form. Its eyes were like white lanterns as it stared into the hearts of everyone present, and 9 menacing tails coiled to and fro behind its back. Naruto. Miliana, another of the children from his cell called out. Is that you? Despite her fear, her were shining in excitement. You look like a gigantic red kitty cat. A really scary red kitty. The creature turned its head toward the speaker, and its face drew back in a terrible grin, revealing massive razor-like teeth and a mouth like the abyss. It spoke. Bahahaha. You should all see the looks on your faces. I told you that my magic was cool, didn't I? Naruto turned his gaze back to the soldier in front of him. Behold, puny mortal, would you stand against the might of Kuro? Gosh, ha 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 ha. I can't even take myself seriously. Just look at you. Not even 3 seconds ago you were all, ooh, I'm gonna get you. As Naruto fell onto his back, laughing while the soldier fainted, the slaves felt their spirits raise, like his mirth was contagious, raising their morale. By comparison, the guild soldiers felt their morale flagging, like the monster was siphoning off their confidence, bringing their counter-attack to a grinding halt. With Naruto and Erza backing them, the rebels found that their victory might not be a far-off dream after all. Get them. One of the overseers called over the tower's intercom. You outnumber them 3-1, and they only have 2 mages. Finish. The rest of his orders were drowned out as Naruto unleashed a monstrous roar that shook the very foundations of the construct. Rubble fell from the ceiling, forcing everyone to scramble to avoid being crushed. You, just keep talking, just you watch. I'm going to come for you, and I'll rip you to shreds. You think you can keep us down? You think you can get away with imprisoning us? Think again, fatty, 'cause no matter how many of your guys we need to go through, you won't keep us from our freedom. His message hung in the air, and silence ruled the battleground, until suddenly, Erza's voice rang out, dominating the attention of everyone present. Forward, everyone, for our friends, for our family, for our freedom, forward. With a flourish of her blade, she charged into the stunned soldiers, followed by the slaves, Naruto bringing up the rear to provide support. Within hours, the Dark Guild had been routed, fleeing for their ships, only to find that the slaves had commandeered them first. Hoping to flee back into the tower, they turned back, only to find themselves face to knees with the massive nine-tailed beast. Going somewhere, are we? Hoping to escape the island? It asked menacingly. Even the most stalwart of the guards found themselves falling to their knees, cowering in fear. Please, one of them squeaked out. Mercy, we only wanted to bring back Lord Zirf, and bring balance. The monster cocked its head to the side at the statement. This form of mine, the nine-tailed fox, is the master of light and dark, yin and yang, the beginning and the end. I don't know who this Zirf Tem is, but if I ever meet him, I'll make him pay for having lousy followers like you. The beast smiled. Mercy, hold still, and I'll give you a one-way trip out of my presence. Its 9 tails moved as one, the tails curling so that their tips hung inches away from his mouth, and everyone present watched in awe as the creature pulled pure light and dark ether nano from the air, gathering it into a purple ball before swallowing it. With an audible poof, the beast's abdomen expanded with the force of an explosion and it opened its maw directly at the cultists. Bijudama. Oh, crap, the cultists thought collectively. An immense wave rocketed from the beast's mouth, carrying the cultists far and away from the island. Although the attack was usually utilized to wipe out entire armies, or even landscapes, Naruto had modified the power level to simply blow the cultists off of the island and into the ocean a good distance away. Now that that's taken care of, I had better go find Oni-chan. She wasn't on the boats, so she probably went to find Jello. I hope he's okay, he thought as he sped away on all fours, trying to find Erza's scent through all the dust and residue left over from the battlefield. True freedom can only be gained with Zirf, don't you see, Erza? Naruto's ears perked at the sound of Jalal's voice. There's that name again. But what is Jalal talking about? Naruto slowed his pace and dropped his takeover. There's no telling what kind of punishment they put him through. I can't risk freaking him out. As he was about to round the corner, he heard Erza cry out in pain and he knew something was wrong. In his takeover state, he could sense life force and he knew for fact that Erza and Jelal were the only people in the room. Which meant, Jelal is hurting Erza. Naruto stiffened at the thought, rushing into the room. As he came into sight of the two of them, he saw Erza being held above the ground, wrapped in some strange dark energy that was being controlled by Jelal. Jelal looked like a completely different person. The shadows beneath his eyes suggested a major lack of sleep, but one of his eyes had some freaky symbol dominating it. Goodbye, foolish Erza, he stated casually as he blasted her back, throwing her from the ledge. In desperation, Naruto underwent his takeover again, using his tails to catapult himself through the doorway. He twisted his body in midair, catching Erza as a searing pain bloomed across his back. He felt his body impact the water, and the pain coupled with his hasty takeover, forced him to black out. Between magic exhaustion, physical exhaustion, and wounds he had taken from Jalal's attack, it was a miracle that Naruto even woke up. But Erza thanked all the gods she had ever heard of, and maybe even a few she probably made up. He opened his eyes a few days later, head pounding and body throbbing. Ow ow ow, he hissed out as he tried to lift himself up to a sitting position. The pain kick-started his brain, and the memories of the events a few days past came flooding back. Erza, he shouted, throwing his body forward, ignoring the feeling of his muscles aching in protest. He managed to look around, taking in his surroundings. Naruto found himself lying in the middle of a small clearing, surrounded by trees, and couldn't help but feel calmed by the scenery. He was covered by a tattered white tarp, a bundle of burlap placed beneath his head as a pillow. And he was alone. Where the heck am I? He wondered to himself. And where is Oni-chan? A rustling noise behind him put his senses on high alert. he could hear something crashing through the underbrush, heading straight for him. Oh, crap, he mentally cursed. My magic reserves are too low for any type of takeover, and I don't have a weapon. What do I do? What do I? His panicked musings were brought to a close when Naruto saw a familiar flash of red hair as someone threw themselves from the foliage, tackling him to the ground. Naruto, you're awake. He could feel tears falling to his face as sobs racked Erza's body. I was afraid that you wouldn't. Oni-chan, he whispered softly. Yes, she asked, puzzled by his soft voice. What is it? Can't breathe. Crushing me, he wheezed out comically. Erza gasped in surprise, jumping off of him. I'm so sorry, Naruto, I didn't mean to, Erza trailed off, seeing Naruto shaking on the ground. Naruto, what's wrong? And to her absolute shock, he started laughing. Geez, Erza, it's like you were worried about me or something. I'm too tough to have you worrying over me, ya know. He said with a cheeky grin. Besides, I don't like seeing you cry, Oni-chan. You're way too tough to cry. His grin was replaced with a look of agony as Erza's fist connected with the side of his head. Oh wow, why would you? He paused, and took an audible gulp as he looked up at Erza. Her face seemed to be covered in shadow, but her eyes glowed blood red, and her hair seemed to float around her head, mimicking his own nine-tails form. Scary, Erza, you look like my mom. He croaked in terror. The effect slowly died out, and Erza patted his head gently. Little brother, she said softly, you are one of my precious people. If I can't bring myself to worry about you, I don't deserve to worry about myself. Don't ever forget that, and never sell yourself short. You saved my life, so the least I can do is care for yours. She smiled kindly, wiping a tear from her eye, before turning serious again. And don't tell me what to do, she said, giving him a playful swat on the shoulder. Yes ma'am, he mumbled dejectedly. No way am I gonna make her angry again. As the sun sank further and further behind the horizon, the two young mages broke what little camp they had and followed an unimpressive dirt road east, hoping to find some sort of town or village. A map, my right arm for a map. Naruto chanted at random times a few hours later, confident that Erza had gotten them completely lost. Oh look, a house. Why don't we go ask them for? Naruto, she replied menacingly. I already told you, I don't need to ask for directions. I know exactly where I'm going. She pulled him along the path, throwing a hard look at the cozy-looking cottage. That's what you said right before we marched right into the middle of that Gorian nesting ground. Naruto mumbled under his breath, nursing his sore arm after pile driving the alpha ape. Even though I warned you about it as soon as we came within a mile of it. Erza huffed, having the grace to look at least a little embarrassed. That doesn't count. And then there was the wyvern. I thought the cave was empty. And those bandits. Oh, that's not fair. I thought they were traveling players. Players tend to not march around with weapons drawn, looking for people to rob. Erza opened her mouth, shutting it after she realized that she might not have all the answers after all. Puffing out her cheeks in annoyance, she pondered the fact that, while she might be the elder of the two, Naruto seemed far more versed in woodcraft and the ways of the world than she was. How do you know so much about all of this? She asked after a long silence. Naruto sighed in relief, worried that she might have been angry for his arguing. About what, exactly? Naruto was pretty sure he knew what her question was. How is it that you know so much about how to survive the wilderness? Before you woke up, I was exhausting myself by using my magic to hunt, and I had next to no idea of how to follow game trails, or how to judge what foliage was hazardous. She shuddered at the memory of her near miss with trying to use what Naruto called poison ivy as a napkin. Well, everything I know, I learned from my parents. They were both retired guild mages, and they did their best to make sure that I knew everything that I might need to survive in the world. That covered all the bases from hunting without magic, to how to pitch a tent in the middle of a blizzard. Wow, Erza wondered out loud. I don't even really remember my parents, she whispered to herself, not expecting Naruto to hear. Cheer up, Oni-chan. He called to her, pulling her from her sad thoughts. You may not remember them, but I'm sure they wouldn't want to see you sad like this. They'd want you to make friends, and be happy, and have tons of exciting adventures. You think so? Erza asked softly. She felt Naruto bump her shoulder with his, and she was reminded again of the strange way he seemed to exude an odd aura of joy to everyone around him. She turned to look at him, and couldn't help but return the massive grin on his face. You better believe it, big sis. And with that, the two marched on, bound for the town Erza had heard of in all of Grandpa Rob's stories, the place he said would definitely welcome them with open arms. As they topped a small rise in the road, they could see it, off in the distance. A gorgeous city, built around a massive cathedral, and backed by a large body of sparkling water. Magnolia, home of the Wizard Guild, Fairy Tale. Sue, the short, elderly man breathed out slowly. You two little shrimps want to join Fairy Tale, huh? The boisterous guild Prabar had quieted down noticeably since the arrival of the two young children, and they couldn't help but feel the eyes boring into them as they spoke with the man who had been identified as the guild master, Makarov Drayar. What would possess you to do something like that, at such a young age? Erza seemed at a loss for words. She hadn't ever really given any thought to why she wanted to join a wizard's guild. Until recently, she hadn't even been able to use magic. But then, just like back at the tower, Naruto swooped in to take off the pressure. We have a drive to make friends, and find a family. To create bonds that will last forever, and go on all sorts of crazy adventures with our friends. He had remembered what Old Man Rob had said about Fairy Tale, that it was a place to make friends. I want to become strong enough to protect my friends, and the people close to me. The guild grew deathly silent, so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Erza thought that Naruto might have said something wrong, but then the old man's face drew back in wicked grin, and the hall shook with the force of its members bursting out into cheers. Welcome to Fairy Tale, the old man shouted above the din, pulling them into a soft hug. Welcome to our family. He gently guided them away from the cheering, partying guild, into his back office at the rear of the guild. He gestured for them to take a seat in one of the many chairs in front of his desk as he closed the door behind him. He was silent as he walked past them, and seated himself in his own chair. He steepled his fingers as he studied the two of them, finally taking a deep breath before he spoke. I've only ever heard one man use those words to describe Fairy Tale, and he was a very close friend of mine, though I haven't seen him in years. Sue. How is Rob doing these days? The question caught the two off guard, and Naruto discovered a newfound interest in his shoes, leaving Erza to speak. After her lengthy account of everything that led them to the guild, Makarov felt his hackles rise. Those damnable dark guilds. The council barks at me for a few residential districts going up in smoke, but heaven forbid they step in when something like this happens. Mass kidnapping. How did we not see this? He gripped the bridge of his nose as he felt the beginnings of a migraine rear its ugly head. And you're telling me that even with the slavers ousted, the tower is still being constructed, by one of your friends no less? Yes, Naruto interjected, cutting off Erza's defense of Jello, in favor of his own. There was something he had to say. However, I do not believe Jello is himself, or that he is really in control of his actions. Oh, Makarov replied, his eyebrows raised in surprise. How do you mean? Naruto brought both of his hands together on his face, forcing himself to focus his thoughts. I could feel the energy coming off of Jello, and it wasn't his own. I could tell that Jello would come into his magic soon, but the power he displayed was something else entirely. It was dark in every sense of the word, when Jalal's should have been light. He scratched the back of his head, a motion Erza recognized as his nervous tic. He was scared of what he was saying. I honestly believe that something dark took over his mind. Possession. Makarov whispered in surprise. I'm a little shocked that you know about such things. I take it you had a teacher. Naruto nodded. My father's sensei, a really close family friend, and my godfather. If he had been home when we were attacked, I doubt the slavers would have been able to take anyone. He stated matter-of-factly. I'll have to notify the council of this, Makarov muttered, only for Erza to jump from her chair in terror. You can't. He said that if he so much as suspected that the council knew, he would kill everyone still on the island. Please, you just can't. She could feel her body shaking, trembling in fear at the thought of her friends being killed by Jello. Makarov, taken aback by the outburst, found himself at a crossroads. Tell the council and risk the lives of every single enslaved man, woman, and child on the island. The council will probably wipe it out themselves, regardless of lives lost. Or keep the island's existence a secret, possibly allowing a minor threat to become a major enemy. The answer was a simple one. I understand. I will keep this between us. You have my word on that. Thank you so much. Thanks, old man, Naruto added with a smile. He could already tell that the older man was someone he could trust and respect. You don't know how much it means to hear you say that. The master smiled kindly. Yeah, whatever. You two little brats just better not cause me any more trouble than you're worth. At that, Makarov seemed to take notice of Erza's appearance for the first time. My dear, what happened to your eye? At her downcast look, Makarov could take a pretty good guess. Torturing little kids, that's a new low. Well, I guess we should get that taken care of. Come on, he stated offhandedly, guiding them out the door. Where are we going? Erza asked as they were herded out of the guild and through the streets of Magnolia, towards the forest on the outskirts of the city. To meet an old friend of mine, he stated cryptically. Can't expect you to become strong with only one eye, now can we? He added with a smile. Erza's face was dominated by a look of pure wonder at the thought of having her full sight back, and Naruto found himself speechless at the prospect of meeting someone skilled enough in healing magic to replace a full eye. Now get out, and stay out, the old woman shouted, punctuating her statement by slamming her door closed. Charming as ever, Makarov chuckled. Are you all right, Naruto? If he had expected the young boy to be put off by Perliush's attitude, he was pleasantly surprised to find a massive smile spread across his face. That was totally awesome, he nearly shouted, almost bouncing along the path back to the city. I never would have imagined that an alchemist would be able to do something a master mage couldn't. Your friend is amazing, old man. He turned to face his friend. What do you think, Erza? I think. She paused for a long moment, the silence dragging on as they neared the city streets back to Fairy Tale. I think that now, I can be strong enough to protect my important people. Just like you, Naruto, and Grandpa Rob. She stated happily, Naruto's grin mirrored by her own face. Makarov couldn't help but smile as he watched. These two, there isn't a single doubt in my mind. Their friendship will bring tears of joy to those around them. It wasn't until a few months later that Makarov realized that their bond would also bring tears of a different sort flowing throughout the guild. About 3 years later. Oi, Natsuo, come out. I promise, I'm not angry. A very shaky voice called out in response. Nope, no Natsu down here. Nobody here but us barrels of fish. The voice called out from the storage room. You idiot, a second voice whispered harshly from the room. Barrels of fish can't talk. How do you know? Are you a barrel of fish, ya stripper? Oh, are you in there too, Gray? Naruto called out knowingly. He heard an audible gulp as the young ice mage swallowed whatever he had planned to say next. Perfect, now I don't have to expend any more effort finding you, either. He smiled coldly, and judging from the sound of chattering teeth and the shivering barrels, Gray and Natsu could tell. Come now, don't be shy. Step into light, and face your punishment like men. And no way am I going down without a fight. The nervous voice of Natsu responded, followed by a muffled curse as Gray tried to get him to back down, for both of their sakes. A flash of pink hair across the small room was the cue of his arrival, before he charged straight at Naruto. The blonde could see a window open as the form of Gray slipped out of the room into the courtyard below. Oh ho, if he had known who was waiting out there, he might have taken his chances with me. He shifted his gaze back to the charging Pinkett as the boy readied his attack, his hands bursting into flames. Fire dragons, Natsu shouted, launching himself into the air, sailing towards Naruto. Iron fist, his arm extended, aiming to take Naruto right in the face. Nothing prepared him for Naruto's sharp blow to the inside of his elbow as he ducked beneath Natsu's fist, the blow forcing his arm to snap back right into his own face, and leaving Natsu in a smoking heap at Naruto's feet. Welp, guess we better go see how Gray's doing, eh? The pink-haired dragon slayer could only moan in response as Naruto dragged him out of the storage room, down the hall and outside of the warehouse. The sight that met their eyes was just pathetic. Gray was pinned to the wall of the warehouse by numerous blades of varying size and shape, circus style. As Naruto watched, another blade slammed into the wall near Gray's head, causing the boy to release a slight eep in terror before he too passed out. Called it, Naruto thought cheekily. That'll teach him, don't you think, Erza? Most certainly, the redhead replied with a smile, causing the swords to disappear as she pulled them back into her pocket dimension, allowing Gray to plummet to the ground in a state similar to Natsu's. Her face darkened as she remembered the horrific events that lead to the capture of the two miscreants. To think, Naruto stated in wonder, that they would have the nerve to fight in the middle guild hall while everyone was sitting down to lunch. He paused as Erza slung the unconscious dark-haired boy over her shoulder. And then, Erza picked up for him. Allow their fight to escalate to the point that it not only disrupted the guild, but she shuddered at the memory, as Naruto clenched his fist in rage. They killed my cheesecake ramen, and everyone in the guild knew for fact. Mess with the food of the bloody maelstrom duo, and heads would roll. There was once a story floating around that the two had stopped off at a diner on the way back from a double mission and had been harassed by some rogue wizards throughout the meal. When one of them had the nerve to push Erza's face into her cake, well, there's a reason nobody talks about the triple threat triad guild nowadays. Not that the council could ever prove anything, of course. And in the eyes of the two young mages, the unspoken rule was doubly true for guild members, and triply certain in the case a certain pair of fire and ice wizards. You know, I think all of that fighting they do all the time is doing them some good after all. Naruto stated as they walked, not even sparing a glance at the gawking townspeople as they parted before them. Oh, Erza asked, intrigued, how did you come to that conclusion? Did Natsu give you some trouble this time? She continued with a knowing smirk. Ha, as if, he's 100 years too young to go up against me. And unlike you, I kept true to our little bet. I never used my magic once. Erza sighed, as if she had just received terrible news. What? You and I both know that the only reason I agreed to that silly bet was so that you wouldn't accidentally wipe out the entire population of Magnolia in some backyard scrap. You're an S-class wizard now, Naruto. You need to be more responsible, and more careful. He scratched the back of his head with his free hand and let out a nervous chuckle. Have a little faith, would ya? But anyway, they managed to get much farther away this time, and Natsu's flames burned way hotter this time around. I have to agree, Gray managed to stand his ground before I began to actually assault him. His forms have become more fluid, and he seems to be refining his techniques every day. Who knows? Naruto said with a good-natured chuckle. Maybe in a few years, they'll be going on an S-class mission together. Maybe find a tribe of demons, and some weird cult from the east, eh? Ha ha ha. Erza groaned audibly. Don't joke about such things. Knowing Natsu, he'll probably get that flying cat of his to steal a request against Master's orders, and then we'll have to go save them. She could already feel the migraine coming from simply imagining it. Oh, and you call me the worrisome one. Next you'll be spouting nonsense about the moon being cursed and a giant, flying rat. I doubt even Natsu is that stupid. They came to a halt at the entrance to the guild hall. Well, here we are, home sweet home. Yes, Erza said with a smile. Even with family as rambunctious as these two, home sweet home. I just hope Lysina doesn't scold me too harshly for roughing Natsu up. I know how friendly she is to him, and I definitely can't afford any more strikes in her bad boyfriend booklet. He said with a shudder. Each strike in the triple B spelled out doom for the blonde-haired boy at the hands of his usually kind girlfriend. But goodness, she could really take after her sister when it came to cruelty, and she had ideas that would have set Makarov's heart ablaze with pride when it came to punishment. Oh, I'm sure she'll forgive you. Eventually, she said, chuckling darkly at her little brother's future doghouse days as she led the way inside the guild hall. Naruto couldn't help but hang his head. Why am I surrounded by such cruel women? Some years later, Master Makarov. A voice called out in urgency as the guild hall doors came crashing open. There's an emergency. Naruto's eyes eased open at the sound of raised voices drifting from the guild's main hall. He had accidentally fallen asleep while browsing through some research material for a mission he planned on conducting the following week, once Lysina had returned from her mission with Mira and Elfman. Stupid. Triple B. I wanted to go too. He pouted, still groggy from the sudden awakening. What is it? He could hear Makarov ask calmly, never one to lose his cool too easily. Naruto rose from his chair slowly, easing his way to the doorway so he could more easily hear the conversation. Mira just arrived with Elfman. The voice he now identified as Wakaba announced gravely. They're busted up pretty bad. Even from across the room, on the other side of the solid oak door, Naruto could feel Makarov tense up at the news. Realization hit him hard. Mira and Elfman, what about? And Lysina? Makarov asked quietly. Naruto could almost see, clear as day, the look of anguish on the smoke mage's face as he spoke 4 words that Naruto never heard as his vision and hearing tunneled. ... Makarov hadn't batted an eyelash when Naruto stormed up to the 2nd floor after Wakaba left, taking with him every single S-rank mission he could access, and he spoke only once Naruto turned to leave. It wasn't your fault, Naruto. I know it will take time for you to realize that, but that is the truth. And I have one order for you before you leave, come home safely. Naruto stopped in the doorway and gazed back at Makarov. His eyes blazed red, and his pupils were slit like a cat's. His voice was deeper than usual, nearly chilling Makarov's blood as he spoke. I could have protected her, old man. But I wasn't there for her. I don't deserve to be a part of this family. I need some time to myself. Tell everyone I'm sorry for taking all of the missions. Missions come and missions go. You, however, had better come back. Or so help me, I will come find you myself. If your sister doesn't beat me to it, that is. Naruto smiled sadly, and Makarov could see the light glinting off of his enlarged canines. His blood is running so hot that he's having trouble keeping a lid on his power. I'll remember that. Thank you for everything, Gramps. He turned and left, the heavy oaken doors closing with a soft thud behind him. Makarov felt the world tremble a few hours later, shaking the rafters of the hall and setting the city on high alert for fear of a massive earthquake. Authorities from the council would never understand how an entire range of mountains could be leveled overnight, but Makarov knew. Makarov understood the hardships that could shake the heart, and he knew that it would be a long time before Naruto would return back to the guild. Please be safe, my heartbroken little brat. The screams of Mirajan, the fairy tale cover girl, pierced the air as the massive, mobile Phantom Lord Guild Hall began to slowly crush her at the command of Phantom Lord's Guild Master, Jose. That should teach the fairy tale tramp to try pulling a fast one on the master of the nation's strongest guild. He thought with a smirk. His feeling of superiority was cut short as an explosion sent a series of tremors running through the giant mecha guild. His face went slack for a moment when the power used by the mech to form the Abyss Break magic circle was cut by another quarter, signaling the defeat of another of the Element 4. Impossible, Jose mentally raged. Titania Erza is down for the count, and I doubt even that Salamander character is anywhere near powerful enough to down one of the 4. So who could have? He was answered when a strange, white-haired horned beast jumped from the smoking hole that had been opened by the explosion, and ran along the hall's arm, pulling the hand open and lifting the white-haired cover girl from its grip. That white hair, so that fool beast arm Elfman managed a full-body takeover after all. The guild master wondered. Yes, I suppose that would be enough to surprise Saul. No matter, he called over the mech's intercom. It'll take a whole lot more than some failure of a fairy takeover mage to defeat the remaining 2 elements. He laughed dramatically for the effect of his words to drive home. Even with 2 down, there isn't anyone left standing that could stand against. He was pulled from his musings as another tremor rocked the massive hall. Power had dropped down another 25%. Juvia the Rainwoman was defeated. Jose stood stock still as his face purpled with rage. Why were these worthless fairies giving him so much trouble? First they had managed to stand against the guild's Jupiter magic cannon, dismantling it and taking down Totomaru of the Rainbow Flame in the process. These pathetic weaklings shouldn't stand a chance, yet another of his elites had just fallen. Enough, 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 he shouted for everyone to hear. With a swift gesture of his hand, the number of his shades assaulting the Fairy Guild members on the shore tripled, before merging into a single, massive dark entity. The creature moved forward, ignoring the fairy tale members completely. Fists black as night rose high into the air, before crashing down onto the already ruined guild hall. Ignoring the cries of outrage and anguish from the fairy tale trash, Jose ordered the shade to renew its efforts. He laughed out loud as the creature rose for another strike, before it was swallowed by a storm of sand rising from the beach. All of the members of Fairy Tail stood in silence, along with Jose, as the reality of what had happened dawned on everyone present. Impossible. That's positively impossible. There isn't a single one of those weaklings who could defeat my ultimate shade. How can this be? Another tremor rocked the mecha, signaling that the last of the four, Arya of the Heavens, had fallen. Dark energy swirled around Jose as he struggled to keep his rage in check. If you want something done right, Jose marched down the stairs leading into the grand hall, the sight of an unconscious Arya, a battered Titania, and a bruised and bloodied salamander greeting him. You see, Jose called mockingly as he descended to ground level, charging his hand for an attack behind his back. This is why I can't stand you fairy scum. You just don't know. He flung his hand from behind his back, launching a dark magic projectile straight for the wounded dragon slayer, which was intercepted in midair by Titania. When to give up, he finished with a chuckle. He paused as the two exchanged a few words, and easily blocked the sudden strike from the re-equipped mage as the dragon slayer ran from the room, no doubt of to find that Heartfilia brat. Jose turned his gaze from the retreating mage, back to Titania, smiling expectantly. Seems it's just the two of us, and his grin widened further upon realizing that Titania had been joined by that beast arm weakling, and Fairy Tail's resident ice make wizard, Grey Fullbuster, along with that upstart cover girl. Pity. More kindling for the fairy funeral pyre, eh? The three mages seemed to rally before charging against Jose, confident in superior numbers. Foolish fairies. Within minutes, both of the newcomers were down for the count, being tended by the Strauss girl, leaving Titania alone. Again, over the next few minutes, Jose found himself impressed, if only slightly. The girl managed to hold her own, and honestly believed she had him on the defensive. A point-blank blast of his dark magic relieved her of any such delusions, leaving her completely at his mercy. I think I'll make an example of you, my dear Titania. I wonder, how much fight will your loser guild have left when I torture you before their eyes? The series of events that occurred next registered higher and higher on Jose's scale of concern. The battered fairy spewed some drivel about the power of friendship and bonds. The usual fairy trash philosophy. Very low on the scale of concern. Then, as if in defiance of bringing down the morale of her guild, she called forth one of her blades in an attempt to impale herself. Slight concern, if only for the girl's mental state. What caused him pause, however, was the wall of sand that rose from the ruined floor of the hall, catching the blade a few inches from Titania's back. A light bulb went off in Jose's mind. That sand, again. Tisk, 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 Erza nay. And you always said I was the reckless one. The sand shifted as a smug, reedy voice issued forth, taking on a humanoid shape while resting its arm on the shoulder of Titania. She seemed to tense at the sound of the voice. She obviously knew the identity of the speaker, but clearly wasn't expecting them. The voice exuded an aura of confidence, and held an air of, "What is this feeling?" Jose idly wondered. "Who are you?" The sand shifted again, and began falling away to reveal the person beneath. Shirtless, and well-muscled, with skin the color of sand, covered with dark blue markings, like tattoos. His light brown hair was in a low ponytail, hanging past his shoulders to the middle of his back. His eyes. What the hell is up with his eyes? And I thought Arya could be unnerving. Jose thought with a start. Unnerving. Is that what I'm feeling? Unnerved? Surely not. He's just more fairy garbage. But despite his self-assurance, Jose could not help but be unsettled by the stranger's eyes. Sclera black as night, with golden irises and pupils like four-pointed stars. Nobody has eyes like that. The sand fell away completely, leaving the thing clad in a pair of loose-fitting black pants and a pair of odd sandals. And a tail, swinging to and fro behind his back, tan with blue markings, like his skin. What are you? The man-thing locked eyes with Jose for a moment, acknowledging him for the first time since its arrival. Its strangely handsome face drew back in an unsettling grin, displaying razor-sharp canines. Me. It took a moment, turning the question over in its head as it pondered the answer. His smile returned as he nodded to himself. Hungry, bored, he began, a dangerous gleam in his eye. I had planned on convincing Mira to prepare some ramen for me as a treat for completing my training journey, but some rather rude fellow, whom we shall not name currently. At this, he shot a very pointed look directly at Jose, saw fit to leave the guild hall in shambles. Now, I'll just have to pay them back, 10 times over. As he finished speaking, a cloud of sand gathered around Erza and the other fairies, lifting them up and out of the ruined hall, and coasting them safely back to shore. Now that they're out of the way, he stated with a grin. How about you and I play a while? A gust of sand tore itself from the rubble-littered floor and went howling into Jose's face, leaving him blinded and unable to defend against the stranger as he delivered a shattering blow to his gut, sending him crashing into the stairway behind him. And to answer that first question, the beast called out mockingly, its crazed laughter echoing throughout the guild. The name's Naruto Uzumaki. Remember it. Jose was beside himself in anger as he pulled himself from the newly made crater. What guild are you from? I know of every single one of those weak and pathetic fairy tale frauds, but I don't know you. Who sent you to help these? His next bit of rant. Seriously, this guy talks way too much considering he's in a fight. Was cut short as his opponent delivered another crashing blow that fed the Phantom Lord Master his front teeth. Insult fairy tale again. Speak one more word against my family. Give me a reason to actually want to take you seriously, and I will end you. Uzumaki growled out, his words laced with an overwhelming sense of. So that's what I felt. Jose thought numbly as he tried not to choke on his own blood. His very essence permeates the air around him with pure killing intent. This thing wants me dead and buried, and he's willing to do it himself. You, Jose managed cough out, you are unlike any fairy tale mage I've ever even heard of. I can feel the power coming off of you in waves. Join me, and Phantom Lord. Put that skill to work for me, and I'll make sure you have everything you could ever want. The sand creature cocked its head to the side as Jose spoke. Will we purge the weaklings in your guild? Of course, this little war has proven that it's time for some much-needed change in our membership. What of the element 4? Weaklings, the whole lot of them. None nearly as powerful as you. And what are your plans for Fairy Tail? Will we crush them after Phantom regains strength? The sand beast asked excitedly. Jose could already see the prestige this new tool would bring the guild. Like bugs beneath our feet. Jose held out his hand expectantly. So, what do you say to that? The creature grasped his arm in a firm handshake and smiled, baring his fangs for Jose to see. The Phantom Lord Guild Master found that he was rooted to the spot by the beast's eyes, and saw that sand was rising from the floor, covering the lower half of his body and slowly inching upwards. As the sand crawled up Jose's neck, he tried to cry out for help, tried to blast the sand away with his magic, but the words caught in his throat, and his body refused to obey. Just as the sand finished forming its cocoon around his form, he had a short moment of clarity, recalling a guild master conference years ago, and a name that had surfaced dozens of times from every single guild. The name of a monster from fairy tale that had left in the dead of night, with no warning to anyone. A mere child, capable of holding his own against fairy tale's strongest wizard, capable of leveling mountains with a single breath. I was wrong. God save me, but I do know his name. You're the tailed beast of fairy tale. The monster, B.I.J. His revelation was cut short, however, as his opponent finally deigned to answer his offer, the monster's voice issuing from the sand itself. What do I say? The sand rumbled and shifted around him as the beast laughed. Subaku Soso. Jose felt the sand shift for a moment, and then he felt nothing. Naruto stood silent for a moment as his sand shifted itself to remove the remains of the Phantom Guild leader, before collecting it into a disc beneath his feet and using it to guide himself back to the Fairy Tale Guild waiting on the shore. As he touched down on the shore, he released the sand under his control, before whispering under his breath. Release. All of Fairy Tale watched in surprise as a breeze flowed through the surrounding group, signaling that the stranger had released whatever magic he had been using. In place of the strange sand user stood a fair-skinned young man with piercing blue eyes, and 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. His blonde hair stood up in spikes on his head, held out of his eyes by a steel-plated headband bearing the fairy tale symbol. Around his neck hung a green crystal on a simple loop of black twine. He grinned good-naturedly and opened his mouth to speak, but found it difficult to find the right words as his face was driven into the sand by an armored boot. Erza did not look pleased. "Where have you been?" she asked casually. To everyone's surprise, the blonde responded just as casually, as if he wasn't eating sand at the moment. Granted, there wasn't a single person in the group who could understand his response through the dirt. Besides Erza. "I see. And what made you think that was a good idea?" Gravelly mumble. "Well, I don't really care if it was to get stronger. You could have informed me." Mumbling, Erza blushed for a moment, taken aback by the blonde's clever wordplay. The rest of the group's sweat dropped at the sheer absurdity, and therefore, normality of the situation. Erza removed her foot and helped the boy to his feet. He seemed completely nonplussed by his previous predicament, and smiled at the guild members again. "The name's Naruto Uzumaki, and it's good to be back," he called out with a giggle. "Naruto." The gathered guild members wondered aloud, the whispered name rippling throughout the crowd. "Am I supposed to know you?" someone called out. Naruto fell flat on his face at the question, before turning to look at Erza. "They don't remember me." Erza's response was drowned out as everyone began laughing and cheering hysterically, rushing forward to lift Naruto off the ground. "Of course we remember you," Mikao called out. "How could we forget? Welcome back Naruto," someone shouted from the crowd. As everyone pulled the blonde left and right, catching up with the young mage, Lucy Heartfilia, Fairy Tail's resident celestial mage and newest member, and the main target of Phantom Lord's attack, who had been rescued from Gajeel by Natsu, found herself drawing a blank. She leaned over to Mira and whispered, "Who is he? I've been reading about fairy tales since I was a kid, and I've never heard of anyone named Naruto." Mira giggled sweetly at the question, unsurprised. "Of course you haven't. Nobody outside of the guild ever called him by that name before he left. This was years ago, back when he and Erza joined the guild together of course, but back then he went by the name of Biju." "Biju? What kind of name is that?" "It's what his magic is. A form of takeover called Biju Soul, just like my brother's Beast Soul or my old Satan Soul, it means, tailed beast." Single quote. Lucy's eyes seemed to light up in recognition. "Ooh, I remember reading about Biju. One of the very first issues of Sorcerer Weekly I had ever read said that he was one of the youngest fairy tale mages to make S-class wizard, ever." She glanced at the goofy blonde mage, who was currently dancing like a fool with Vegeta and several others. "Him?" she asked incredulously. "Yep," Mira responded with a knowing smile. "Don't let his demeanor fool you, though. As far as strength goes, Naruto could very well be the strongest in the guild, aside from maybe Guildarts, though the two of them haven't fought since before Naruto left. But the magazine said that he left the guild without warning. Why would someone obviously as popular as him leave the guild?" Lucy pondered out loud, missing the way Myra's body stiffened at the question, before a loud shout overtook the babbling guild. "Naruto!" a familiar voice cried out. The entire area was lit up as a massive ball of fire engulfed the sky above the celebrating guild. "Fight me!" Fire Dragon's brilliant Natsu's shout and attack were cut short as the blonde-haired mage made an odd motion with his hands and seemed to take a shallow breath before unleashing a massive torrent of water from his mouth, washing Natsu, and his attack, into the water behind the ruined guild. Wow, Lucy muttered to herself. He didn't even bat an eyelash at him. "Sorry Natsu, maybe next time," he called out apologetically. "I sense Gramps is on his way, so I'm gonna go meet him." "Everyone," he shouted over the celebrating guild, catching everybody's attention. "Start cleaning up. We need to get this whole area cleared so we can get ready to make repairs on the guild hall tomorrow." "Okay." Everyone shouted the affirmative and went about clearing out all the debris as Naruto turned to leave, followed by Erza. The atmosphere was tense when Makarov came face to face with Naruto. It had been several years since the boy had left the guild in the dead of the night, and Makarov feared that the boy he knew may not match the young man standing before him. "Gramps," Naruto finally said, finding himself bothered by the intense scrutiny he knew he was under. "It's been a long time." Makarov nodded sagely. "That it has, my boy, that it has." His gaze shifted, and his face became serious. Did you find what you were after? The blonde nodded, his whole body trembling as he held in the sobs threatening to rack his body. Makarov's gaze softened, and Erza found herself taken aback when teardrops began hitting the ground at Naruto's feet, and he rushed to the master, lifting him into the air in a rough embrace. Gone, he choked out between sobs. All gone. Butchered the day I was taken. He set the elderly man down, before falling to his knees. My parents, all of my friends, even my sensei, this guild, he raised his eyes to meet Makarov's, ashamed. You all are the only family I have left. I was wrong to leave, because being around for my family needs to be my first priority. Makarov rested his hand on the boy's shoulder, letting his tears flow out as Erza watched, unable to think of how to react. That's right, my boy. We're your family. We have been since you arrived, and we will remain until the end of times. This guild is your home. Makarov wrapped his arms around Naruto, and soon felt Erza join the embrace as well. Although he couldn't be sure, he could have sworn he saw a smile slowly light up the boy's face. My home, is in shambles. Let me get this straight. Naruto stated clearly. His body trembled ever so slightly, a physical cue to everyone present. His mood was extremely precarious at the moment. I was gone for, half an hour. And in that 30-minute window, you two not only did not clean up as I asked you to, you got into some stupid brawl over a bento box that Gray mysteriously received out of thin air. And, not only did you get into a fight, when both of you should be resting your wounds from our previous little war with Phantom, but you allowed your little scrap to tear down what little bit of guild hall we had left standing. He all but shouted at the two cowering before him. Do you have any idea what was inside that hall? Do you, Gray, Natsu? Precious memories of your childhood at the guild. Gray stuttered out. Gray felt what little bit of bravery he had left wilt under the gaze Naruto pointed his way as the blonde chuckled so darkly that the sun seemed to dim in his presence. As if I would be bound by such things, you destroyed the guild. Which means you destroyed the kitchen, which means, he let the sentence hang in. Surprisingly, Natsu was the first to connect the dots. Raw ramen, he asked in terror as he felt Naruto's gaze shift to his shivering form. Ramen, Gray whispered in disbelief. You mean that you were cooking? How is that even possible? You just got back. Rule number 1, Gray. Never underestimate me when I'm hungry. And rule number 2. Shock reverberated throughout the gathered guild members as his words hung in the air. Even Erza had always been wary of the infamous second rule. Never, ever, stand in the way of my meal time when I'm hungry. I will give each of you a 5-minute head start. After that, he didn't need to fill in that particular blank, as all that remained of the two were clouds of dust where they had been previously standing. To Lucy's utter bewilderment, several of the guild members were placing bets with Kana on a variety of outcomes, none of which placed any confidence in the two runaways escaping. Numerous others seemed to be praying for the two as if they were already buried 6 feet below. Why is everyone betting against Natsu and Gray? I know that Naruto is supposed to be strong, but, she trailed off into silence as the Kana and Wakaba began snickering at her statement. What did I say that's so funny? To her surprise, Elfman answered her question. There isn't a soul in fairy tale that can stand against Naruto when he's on the warpath like that. Not Gray, not Natsu, not even the other S-class mages. Well, what about Guildarts? Lucy asked, recalling her previous explanation from Mira. Your sister said that the two were usually evenly matched. Well, Kana stated gravely, her face taking on an odd expression. She probably didn't mention that in those fights, Naruto didn't use any of his takeover magic, right? Old man Guildarts used his crash magic, but he couldn't land a hit on Naruto. He's too fast, and his hand-to-hand skills are crazy strong. Seemingly from nowhere, Erza joined the conversation as well, startling Lucy as she seemed to materialize from the air. Naruto and I agreed that he would never use his magic against another guildmate, unless absolutely necessary. The reason behind that is that even I have no idea how strong he is when he fights seriously, and I've known him since before we joined the guild. What I have seen, however, has shown me that he is unbelievably powerful. The reality is, Naruto could very well be one of the strongest wizards on the continent. Strongest on the continent, Lucy whispered in awe. Is he as strong as the master, then? As if in answer, Makarov suddenly appeared as well, sitting cross-legged on top of the chalkboard Kana was using to keep the bets. As strong as me, as if, he said with a smile. Lucy heaved a sigh that she didn't realize she had been holding. Thank goodness. I don't know how I would feel about having someone as crazy strong as that hanging Aru. He's way stronger than I am. That little brat's in a whole different league from me, he stated matter-of-factly, not fazed in the slightest at the admission. As Lucy fainted, frothing at the mouth as she imagined someone as scary, goofy as the boy she had just met outclassing the most powerful mage she had ever met, Money exchanged hands as several of the watching members muttered about having known all along that Naruto was a monster in his own right. As the 5 minutes came to an end, Naruto disappeared in a flash as he raced down the streets away from the guild, tracking the two wayward mages like a bloodhound. As shouts of terror and pain echoed across the city, Money exchanged hands once more as bets were fulfilled and points racked up on the small chalkboard. Despite the circumstances leading up to it, and his current occupation, there wasn't a single soul that could say they weren't overjoyed to have the young takeover mage back home. Erza smiled fondly as her adopted younger brother came trundling up the boulevard less than 15 minutes later, hoisting the battered forms of Gray and Natsu over his shoulders. She wasn't even mildly surprised to see that there wasn't a single scratch on his body. It looked like we haven't been the only ones getting stronger, little brother. So, how far did they get this time? Kana called out. Naruto paused as he seemed to calculate some sort of complex equation in his mind before bursting into an uncontrolled fit of laughter. Nowhere near far enough, the blonde responded, his family roaring their approval, even those who had bet that it would take longer. Naruto smiled widely as he walked back to the gathered guild, setting the two unconscious mages somewhere that they could rest. All right, playtime's over, let's get to work rebuilding this guild, yeah. And with that, everyone set to work, clearing away the shattered remains of the old guild, plans being concocted on how this time, it would be even better than before. Even with family as rambunctious those two, it's good to be home. As the whistle of the Magnolia train bound for the port of Harjan blasted out, signaling the train's departure, Naruto couldn't help but grumble to himself. How did I get roped into escorting the newbie? Said. Newbie couldn't help but sigh at his grumblings. First things first. My name is Lucy, not newbie. Secondly, Natsu and Happy were supposed to come with me, but Natsu's still in the infirmary after you roughed him up yesterday. At least the other blonde had the courtesy to look embarrassed. It's not like that was my intention. How was I supposed to know he had taken such a thrashing from that other dragon slayer? Besides, there are plenty of other members that could have come along, but Erza specifically told me to come. So cold of you, big sis. I just got back, and you're already sending me off again. As the ride continued to drag on, Naruto suddenly realized how tense the atmosphere had become, and he was at a loss as to why. Oi, Lucy. The way she started in her seat, Naruto couldn't help but notice her discomfort. Something wrong. Now it was Lucy's turn to look embarrassed. I dunno, I guess I just feel a little awkward. She watched as Naruto stared out the window, a knowing smirk on his face. Hey, if you're gonna be jerk about it, then don't ask. 2 years, he said, as if he were discussing the sunny day, or the passing trees. 2, what do you mean by that? I've been gone for a little over 2 years. I decided to get out in the world on my own, have some time to myself. Realizing that the unfamiliar, returning guild member was tossing her a line, a chance to get to know him other than through the hearsay of the guild, she grasped onto it eagerly. But why? From what I saw of the other members of the guild, you were really popular. Why leave that? He grew very still, and after a few minutes, Lucy wondered if she had asked the wrong question. To mourn, he finally said, just as she had begun to give up on any more conversation, and to become stronger. Mourn? Why would you need to? She paused as she recalled how sad Mira had seemed when she had spoken about Naruto's leaving the guild, and the reverent, respectful tone Elfman had used when talking about him. Did it have anything to do with what happened to Mira and Elfman's sister? When Naruto's head jerked to face her, surprise written on every feature of his face, she couldn't help but know that she had hit the mark. I'm sorry, she stated swiftly, her hands waving in front of her, as if she were trying to pull her question out of the air. I shouldn't have asked that. Naruto smiled softly at her downcast form, her head hanging down. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, an odd motion that Lucy wasn't prepared for, yet she found it oddly comforting, like an older brother was trying to calm her, as opposed to a man she had just met the previous day. She wasn't sure what it was about the young man sitting across the car from her, but he seemed to just exude some strange aura, like he was trying very hard to make her happy. "Don't worry about it," he said after he was sure Lucy had cheered up. "I've had 2 years to mourn for her, and I had my training to take my mind off of it." "Which brings me to my next question," she interjected swiftly. "You said that you left to become stronger, but from what everyone at the guild said, you were already crazy strong when you left. Is it even possible for you to get stronger?" At Naruto's look of confusion, she felt the need to elaborate. "Master said that you were stronger than him. And Erza said you were one of the strongest wizards on the continent." She lost sight of the blonde wizard as they passed through a tunnel, but the darkness couldn't mask his laughter, and she could almost feel him smirking from across the car. As the light flooded back into the car, her suspicion was confirmed as the blonde made no attempt to hide his mirth. Did the old man really say that? He must have been drunk. Either that, or he wanted to scare you. He stopped as he chuckled again. "Erza is a little bit biased, I would say. She has seen firsthand what I am capable of when I'm at my most powerful, but that's not something I'm capable of doing at will." "Huh, what can't you do at will?" "Oh, right, you're new. Did anyone already talk to you about my magic?" When the young girl nodded the affirmative, explaining Myra's explanation, Naruto smiled. "That's all she said. Erza probably sent me with you so I could explain myself to you, then, as opposed to all the he said she said back at the guild. It works like this. I'm a takeover mage. Just like the Strauss siblings, I have multiple forms that I can access. However, unlike them, each of my forms has 3 stages of power." "Stages? How do you mean?" As a holder-type mage, the tiny nuances of the many different ability-type mages was still a bit over her head. "Well, oh, I've got it. Think of each of my forms as a suit, sort of, anyways. There are 3 different ways for me to wear each suit. I can simply drape it over myself, resulting in what I refer to as a cloak. This would be considered the weakest stage, however, as the cloak covers my body in a layer of pure ether nano, which can be pierced by higher-level magic. The second stage, the one I used when fighting Jose, allows me to essentially merge myself with the suit, and take on the properties of the form. This is what Elfman and Mira are capable of with their own magic. This is a far more powerful and versatile form, allowing better manipulation of the form's powers. It is also more durable, since my body will take on the qualities of the form itself, as opposed to wearing it like armor." "Geez," Lucy said in wonder. "I didn't realize that takeover magic was so complicated." "Well," Naruto replied, "it usually isn't. My form of takeover is a form of lost magic, passed down through bloodlines. Before me, my mother had it, and it passed to me when I was born." Just as Lucy was going to ask him to continue, the train came to a halt as it pulled into the Harem station. "Looks like we're here. Are you ready to go?" Naruto asked expectantly. "Sure, I just hope this job won't be too difficult for me," she responded as the two made their way off of the train, into the crowds of people waiting to board. "Hey, I'm sure you can handle it just fine. After Erza told me about how you took down that Vulcan on Mount Hokage with just your pinky, I doubt some petty thieves will give you too much trouble." That's not exactly what happened, Lucy thought to herself with a sigh. As the two navigated the winding streets of the port town, Lucy found herself thinking of the first time she had visited the city. As she turned to ask Naruto about his 3rd stage of takeover, she found that he was nowhere in sight, leaving her completely alone on the empty street. "Naruto," she called out nervously, "where the heck did he go?" Well, look what we got here, boys. A pretty girlie, all by her lonesome, running the roads." She heard voice call out, followed by a round of snickers as a dozen people, mostly younger men around her age, seemed to crawl out of the shadows and alleyways of the deserted street. The man she assumed had spoken first was of average height and build, with dark hair and a scar running through his left eye. "Come on, girlie, don't you know the streets are dangerous for a girl walking all alone?" Lucy tried to back away from the steadily approaching stranger, alarm bells going off in her head. "Saints, stay back," she warned them, gripping the keys at her waist. "Thank goodness Loke found my keys for me, because these must be the guys I came for, but I wasn't expecting the thieves to try and rob me." She felt her progress backwards interrupted as she felt her back come into contact another warm body. Turning, she found herself facing another stranger. "Oh ho, you should be more careful, girlie. Don't you know there's thieves around here?" He smirked evilly as he reached to grasp Lucy's shoulder, only to cry out in pain as he was felled by a swift kick between his legs. "I said stay away from me. You creeps don't know who you're dealing with," she shouted, angered by their assumption that she would just let them rob her. She pulled a key from her belt with a flourish and a smile at the remaining goons. "Open. Gate of the Golden Bull, Taurus." With a flash of light and a puff of smoke, the surrounding thieves found themselves facing a massive creature that appeared to be a mix of a man and bull. It bellowed out a loud, resounding moo as it flourished its large double-headed axe. "Don't you worry, Miss Lucy. I'm not gonna let nobody touch your nice body but me." The bull brought its axe crashing down to the street, tearing the cobblestone asunder as a shockwave tore through the ground, sending 3 of the thieves flying, before he moved after the others. As the remaining thieves scrambled for cover, the leader found himself wrapped head to toe by the whip of the girl he had tried to mug. "Going somewhere, you creep." "I'm sorry, lady, I didn't know you were a wizard. We're just looking for a little money for our families. After that wizard fight a while back, most of our businesses got destroyed. We've got nowhere else to go, and nobody will help us." He sat on the ground with a thud, ignoring the fact that he couldn't move well, wrapped as he was. "I know that we're wrong, but..." Lucy was at a loss for words upon hearing the man's confession. "You mean, these men became thieves because of Natsu's fight? That means that I'm partially responsible, too. I nearly destroyed the docks with Aquarius." "Miss Lucy, I've apprehended the thieves. What do you want me to do with them?" Taurus called to Lucy, drawing her from her thoughts. Seemingly from thin air, Taurus had pulled a thick cord of rope, and was ready to tie all of the thieves he had captured up, but stopped when Lucy ordered him to let them go. "Let them go, but they were..." "You heard me, Taurus. Release them." Despite his confusion at the situation, and his own misgivings, Taurus followed his orders. The people ran away quickly, melting away into the oncoming night, leaving Lucy alone with the leader of the thieves and her celestial spirit. The thief was awestruck by the unexpected turn of events, and even said so. "Why would you let us go? We're criminals. We've been robbing people for months now." He grew quiet at the pensive look on his captor's face. "I don't need your pity, girlie. It's not that I pity you, you jerk," she nearly shouted, startling him. "I was part of that fight, so I just feel a little responsible for your situation. That's all." She uncoiled her whip from his body, releasing him. As he rose to his feet, she tossed a wad of money into his hand. At his questioning gaze, she just smiled. "If it's my fault that you're in this mess, then it's my responsibility to try and fix it." "I know that this isn't a whole lot," but she was interrupted as the man nearly teared up right before her eyes, shushing her with a motion of his hands. "This is plenty," he whispered. "This is enough to move my family to another city. We could start over." He shifted his gaze to her, and in the light of the fading day, she could see his face break into a wide grin. "Thank you, so much." With that, he dashed down the street, undoubtedly to gather his family together. As Lucy smiled sadly at the fact that she had just ensured that she would have precisely 0 jewel for her rent at the end of the week, a familiar voice called from above her. "Good on you, newbie. That is what fairy tale is all about." As the speaker plummeted to the street, landing in a crouch next to her, Lucy felt a mix of emotions as she recognized the voice's owner. Naruto smiled as he came back up to his full height, before he found himself crashing into the side of the stone building, the heel of Lucy's boot leaving an aching mark on the side of his face. "Geez, it's like Erza Part 2. He thought numbly as Lucy started to let into him. "How could you just leave me all alone like that? You big jerk. What if they had tried to kill me? Or worse, I already had to deal with one psycho creep trying to enslave me, so what makes you think I needed a repeat? As she moved to hit the blonde again, she found that he was no longer where he had fallen, and instead was on the opposite side of the street, lounging on a pile of crates. The only thing signaling that he had moved at all was a cloud of steam where he had previously been. Wow, he's so fast. How did you get over there so quickly? She asked in surprise, slightly annoyed that he had escaped her wrath. Magic, he responded cryptically. His serious face broke out into a grin as Lucy moved after him again, still bent on a little revenge for scaring her. He shot away down the street, laughing as Lucy chased after him. How are you even doing that? Lucy shouted as she ran. Naruto was bounding down the street, bouncing from wall to wall, roof to roof, bursts of steam discharging from his legs whenever he shot off again. It was clear that he was toying with her. No matter how much distance he covered, he was always remaining just out of her reach, like he was leading her along. After another 10 minutes of chasing, Lucy realized that they were now well past the outskirts of the city, and that she was very, very tired. She plopped to the ground with a groan, resting her back against a tree. How can one person have so much energy? Don't tell me you're done already, Naruto said cheekily as he crouched down next to her. At this point, Lucy didn't even care about how he had managed to get behind her without her noticing. How she paused for a deep breath, exhausted from the unexpected game of cat and mouse. How are you not tired from all of that? How did you even do that? I already told you. Magic. The smug bastard even did a little motion with his hands as he said it, like it was some super amazing trick. I know it was magic, she said as she half-heartedly swatted at the blonde. But what kind? Was that like a partial takeover, like what Elfman does? Naruto gave her another smirk, which Lucy had just decided was his trademark, foxy grin everyone talked about. You're extremely perceptive. Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. I did a partial takeover on my legs, using one of my forms. That's so cool. Your magic seems really versatile. It's nice to see that not everyone in the guild can destroy entire neighborhoods just by sneezing. At Naruto's nervous chuckle and sideways glance, she corrected herself. Most of the time. Better, he said, chuckling at her look of disappointment. So, do you have any other questions? We should probably head back soon, so we can talk as we walk, he said, helping Lucy to her feet. Sure, that sounds like a, wait, what do you mean, walk? She shouted, causing Naruto to shoot up into the branches of the tree in surprise. Naruto made a placating gesture towards the girl, grunting in surprise when her whip came shooting after him into the tree. Lucy, he shouted as he dodged the leather cord. What's your deal? You leave me alone with those thieves, and then you make me chase you around the city, and now you want to walk back to Magnolia. She growled, her whip snaking out after the takeover mage again. This continued for several minutes until Naruto decided to unbalance the celestial wizard. Ooh. No wonder you've got Natsu wrapped around your finger. I always figured he'd be into the violent, whipping type, he said casually as he ducked beneath the whip, jumping from the tree to land in front of Lucy. As she was about to strike at him again, she realized what he had said and dropped her whip as her face turned red in embarrassment. She moved her hands to cover her rapidly heating face, and Naruto could only laugh as she fidgeted nervously in front of him. I'm not. Natsu and me aren't. We don't. She was drawn from her mumblings as Naruto ruffled her hair again, and she was reminded of his strange effect of calming her and the others from the guild. I'm only messing with you, Lucy, he said kindly, bumping his fist against her shoulder. Don't worry, Natsu is clueless, and I won't be the one to tell him how you feel. Lucy smiled at him. You actually called me by my name. The boy shrugged in response. I figure if you're gonna act like a part of the family, I should treat you as part of the family. Now come on, let's head back. All right, Whisker Face, she whispered, just loudly enough for him to hear. He stopped mid-step, and turned back to face her. He smiled evilly, and she could swear that his teeth had grown larger and were sharp as razors. His eyes changed too, his pupils were slitted like a cat, although the color was still the same blue, and the marks on his face were darker and thicker, like someone had gone over them with a black marker. Whisker Face, he asked menacingly, and Lucy found she could only nod dumbly under the scrutiny of his eyes. Just as quickly as it had come, the change was gone as he smiled kindly at her. I like it. Thanks, Lucy. With that, he turned and began leisurely strolling down the path, leaving Lucy to lift her jaw off the ground after the blonde's odd display. Hey, wait for me, Naruto, she shouted as she broke from her shock, chasing after the strange boy. The night slipped away swiftly as the sun broke from beyond the horizon, shedding light on the forest path as Naruto and Lucy trekked back to Magnolia. The forest was silent, cool and calm as the first rays of light pierced through the canopy of branches overhead. Well, maybe not so much in regards to silent. Naruto, Lucy whined, my feet hurt. How did you even manage to trick me into walking back to the city? In answer, Naruto just shrugged as he continued to lazily march onward. HMPH. Lucy pouted as the blonde rebuffed another of her attempts to guilt-trip him into finding a way to make the trip easier. Would you at least talk to me? Walking in silence is boring. Despite her claim, the silence carried on for several more minutes until Naruto suddenly spoke from behind Lucy, startling her. How does he keep moving so fast? What were we talking about on the train? Before Lucy could berate him for surprising her, again, she paused as she recalled the subject of their previous conversation. I think you were talking about suits. 3 kinds of suits, and you were just about to tell me about the third one, right? She pondered out loud. Naruto snapped his fingers in response. Yeah, now I remember. Well, he began. You remember how in my first 2 stages, I can either wear the suit, or merge with the suit, right? Lucy nodded, recalling the bizarre explanation. Good. Well, in the final stage, which is the most powerful and destructive, I become the suit. Lucy had begun nodding as he finished, but realized that she didn't actually understand. I don't get it. What do you mean you become the suit? How would that even work? Naruto paused, a thoughtful look passing across his face. Give me a second, he said, shooting into the canopy in a burst of steam. After about a minute, he returned again, landing with a dull thud. There's no sign of civilization for as far as my eyes can see. So I guess I could show you what I mean, if that's all right by you. He said, his questioning gaze falling on Lucy. Unsure of what to make of the prospect of seeing Naruto at his most powerful, at a level that made Erza, one of the strongest wizards Lucy had ever met, say that he was easily one of the most powerful wizards on the continent, she nodded slowly. His smile flashed again. Cool, just, try not to freak out, okay? She nodded again, a bit apprehensive now. Naruto moved into an odd stance, spreading his feet shoulder width apart and bending at the knees. He took a deep breath before looking at her again. So far, I'm only able to go into my second form in this state. Anything farther and, well, after that, I'm not in charge anymore. Sue, how do you feel about the color blue? Not really processing Naruto's full question, Lucy didn't have time to ponder his comment about control. It's my favorite color. Naruto laughed at her response. Awesome. This should be pretty cool for you then. He closed his eyes and brought his palms together with a resounding crash, the sound echoing through the trees. When he spoke, his voice had taken on a lighter, almost feminine tone. Take over, Nibi soul. For a moment, nothing happened. As Lucy was about to question Naruto, his body suddenly burst into blue's flames. Naruto, she cried out in surprise. Before Lucy could make any motion to help him, the ground beneath him shattered from the sheer pressure of the magic he was letting off, throwing her off her feet and uprooting several trees in the area. Naruto, she called out shakily. The pressure continued to grow as the flames grew brighter and hotter, to the point that even from 30 meters away, Lucy feared she would be turned to a crisp. The trees closest to Naruto burst into flames as well, and the inferno he had become began growing in size. As Lucy watched, awestruck, the flames began to take shape and change colors, some growing darker and taking on a black hue. From the massive column of flames, a massive clawed appendage shot forth, tearing into the ground and raking trees and dirt in its wake as an even more massive form pulled itself from the flames. Standing tall, far above the tree line was what Lucy could only describe as an enormous cat. Made out of black and blue flames. Lucy, eeped. quietly in a mix of surprise, terror and awe as the massive beast turned its gaze upon her and seemed to study her as its two flaming tail drifted to and fro behind its form. Its eyes were two different colors, one green and the other golden yellow, and they were taking in the sight of Lucy as if she were an interesting new plaything. It spoke, and its voice was surprisingly feminine. Pretty cool, so to speak, Lucy. Na Naruto. Lucy sputtered out in surprise. Is that you? The flaming cat grinned, showing off sharp teeth as it did. In the flesh, I guess you could say. What do you think, Lu-chan? Wow, she said. Very poetic stuff, no wonder she's a writer. Closing parenthesis. I figured you would think so. This is my second form, the two tails, Matabi. As you could probably guess, this form deals with fire. Each of my forms deals with different aspects of the world, such as how my first form, Shukaku the One Tail, deals with sand. Do you understand now? Unable to trust her voice, Lucy merely nodded. Great, I'll release the magic now. Release, the cat said, and with a blinding flash of light, the cat and all of the surrounding flames resulting from the transformation disappeared, leaving Naruto standing at the center of the massive scorched crater left after his display of power. This stuff right here, he said as he gestured at the surrounding destruction. This is why Erza said I'm not allowed to use my magic against our friends. So I limit myself to partial takeovers most of the time. Mira said I could go toe-to-toe with Gildarts without magic, right? Yeah, Lucy said slowly, still reeling from the insane amount of power the blonde had put out with seemingly no effort. She must have meant without a full takeover then. I have to use combinations of all of my forms to go against Gildarts. The guy may be old, but he's certainly no slouch in a fight. Oh, that makes way more sense, she said, grinning in triumph after figuring out her own confusion. But what about when Erza said that you were one of the strongest on the continent? Naruto frowned slightly at her question, looking a bit uncomfortable. What's wrong, Naruto? And just like that, the frown was gone and he was smiling again, so quickly Lucy wondered if she had imagined it. There was one time, a couple years after we joined, when I was able to access my second most powerful form, Kurama the Nine-Tailed Fox, in the third state. It only lasted a few minutes, but Erza told me that it felt like the whole world nearly bent to my will, if only for an instant. He shook his head, grinning. I can't remember it very well, but I somewhat doubt her descriptive ability. Lucy sat silent in wonder at the mere thought of what Naruto was suggesting. If this was only the two tails, and each one is more powerful than the previous, just how strong could the nine tails be? So, what about your most powerful form? She asked in a small voice. Naruto asked, surprised at the sudden question. What are you talking about? The nine tails is my strongest. Lucy cocked her head to the side at his clueless tone. You just called it your second strongest like, 2 seconds ago. Lucy could have sworn that Naruto seemed to pale at the realization, but he just waved off her statement with another smile, although this time she knew that she saw something lying beneath it. Does Naruto look scared? If that's what I said, then it was just because I misspoke. Sometimes my mouth just goes off without the, okay, from my brain, you know. He said, chuckling. Any trace of the fear Lucy thought she had seen was gone. Did I really just imagine it? Weird, if you say so, Naruto. Let's get back to the guild. We were only supposed to be gone for a day at the most, and I really don't want to have to explain the failure of the mission and why we ended up gone for 3 days. Not to mention that I can't even pay my rent now, she said sadly. Oi, Lucy, Naruto called out as she turned to continue down the path. As she turned back, she caught a small, heavy cloth bag in her hands as he tossed it to her. There you go, your reward for completing the mission I gave the guild. Job well done, he said with a smile. Looking inside the bag, she nearly fainted. This has to be triple what the flyer said. And what do you mean you assigned the mission? Naruto chuckled as he strode past her. Like I said, job well done. And yeah, I was the one who put in the request. I figured it would be good for you to understand that as fairy tale wizards, our actions have far-reaching consequences, and we need to own up if we cause a problem. He turned to face her, smiling as he continued walking backwards. You did a great job, so there's your reward. Now, come on, let's go home, I'm starving. He turned forward and took off at a dead sprint, leaving Lucy in the dust. Wah hey, Naruto, wait for me, she shouted as she took off after him. Geez, how does Erza put up with having such a goofball as a brother? A small, crystalline orb floated in the boughs of one of the few remaining trees, taking in the entire scene between the two mages. Far away on a remote island, at the top of oddly constructed tower, a man with blue hair and a red tattoo over his eye smiled slyly as he watched the scene play back on a similar crystal ball. And now I've found you, Naruto. Little did Lucy know, in the days following their arrival back at the guild, she would see a side of Naruto and Erza that no one in the guild knew of. So, Lucy, Naruto trailed off as they continued their tromp through the woods, back towards Magnolia. The city was in sight now, but it would still be several minutes before they arrived at the outskirts, and even longer before they arrived at the guild hall. What now, Whiskers? She grumbled. Haven't you tormented me enough for one lifetime? She could almost feel him grinning at her response. That remains to be seen, so I'll have to get back to you. But anyways, the nature of his grin changed, and Lucy found herself feeling decidedly less comfortable. Can I see them? See what? She asked, perplexed by the random question. Oh, come on, don't play dumb. They're all Loke would talk about last time I saw him, and he said that you flashed him to Natsu, gray and happy. Even Big Sis saw him. Fair is fair, so now I figure it's my turn, nay. He stated resolutely, although the serious tone of his words was definitely done away with by the creepy grin on his face. Now she definitely didn't feel comfortable. What? No way, you creepy perv. Just because your sister and everyone else likes to sneak into my apartment when I'm in the shower, and see lots of things that they shouldn't, doesn't mean you get a free peep show. She emphasized her outrage with a swift blow to the side of Naruto's head, only to find that he was suddenly a few yards ahead, steam flowing from his legs. Stop doing that, take your hit like a man. His easy grin still in place, despite Lucy's threatening glare, Naruto shook his head and waved off her rage like it was puff of the steam drifting around his form. You really need to stop hanging around my closet perv of a sister, Lucy. His grin turned sly. I only meant those tickets Loke, well, that Leo gave you for a Kane resort. Sheesh, try getting your mind out of the gutter, you know. He narrowly dodged the speeding rock that flew for his head, before sprinting down the hill towards the city. Apparently, she doesn't appreciate my sense of humor. He grumbled, Lucy's enraged shout and footsteps following close behind as he fled. Have you calmed down yet? The blonde takeover mage asked snarkily as they drew closer to the guild. Lucy's muffled and nearly unintelligible response caused him to smile. Nah, I'm only letting you out if you promise not to attack me. His smirk widened. I remember Happy saying that celestial wizards always keep their word, right? His question caused the other blonde to purple with anger as she recalled getting roped into the Everlu job by Natsu. Before she could even think to dignify his question with any sort of response, he snapped his fingers, causing the large bubble imprisoning her to burst with an audible pop, allowing her to unceremoniously fall to the ground. Ow, she hissed as he helped her to her feet. What the heck was that anyway? Some sort of bubble prison. I've never seen magic like that. After having chased her fellow blonde halfway through the city, she'd found herself trapped inside the oily walls of a large bubble, with Naruto grinning just on the other side. It's one of the powers of my sixth form, Seiken the Six Tails. To a small extent I can manipulate the base powers of my forms even without a partial takeover, but only with the simplest of things. When I blasted Natsu into the water the other day, I was exercising the powers of my third form, Isobu the Three Tails. Unfortunately, I've never been able to manipulate the powers to anywhere near the extent that I'm capable of when in takeover. Why do you talk about them like that? She asked suddenly as they began walking again, the construction now in sight at the end of the boulevard. Talk about what like what? The two walked on in silence for a moment more before Lucy decided to elaborate. Your forms. Naruto couldn't help but grin at the simple answer. Oh, gee, that's awfully specific, what about them? Lucy huffed irritably at the obvious attempt to rile her, but otherwise ignored it. You talk about them as if they are living, breathing beings. You call them by name, and act as if they each have minds and personalities of their own, but that's the exact opposite of Mira and Elfman. They treat their forms like means to an end, not like people. Naruto's gaze grew distant, like he was remembering something unpleasant, or he had spaced out, but he replied nonetheless. I treat them like living, breathing beings because they are. He stated simply, and judging from his tone, he intended for the discussion to end with that. Lucy, on the other hand, had no such intention. How do you mean? That's almost like saying you're carrying around 9 extra people in your body, and you take turns being in control. She giggled at the absurdity of the prospect, but was brought up short by the pained look in Naruto's eyes. Naruto. Well, it's not like that, not really. You know how I said that my power was passed from parent to child at birth. He paused and waited for Lucy's nod of confirmation. Receiving it, he led her off the main road onto the patio of an outdoor cafe, seating himself at an empty table and beckoning for her to join. After she was seated, he continued. For generations, my family has possessed the ability to take on the forms of the 9-tailed beasts. This isn't some strange coincidence. Nearly 1,000 years ago, before dragons became masters of the world, the most powerful creatures in existence were the tailed beasts. Before the tailed beasts came to be, there were merely humans, and one great tree that spanned the entire world. This tree was known as the Tree of Life, or the Tree of Knowledge. Seeking the means to end the countless wars ravaging the world, a single human queen dared to partake of the forbidden fruit of the tree. In doing so, she unlocked the potential of the human race, and became the first wizard, the very first practitioner of the magical arts. Wow, Lucy wondered out loud. She had read hundreds, maybe even thousands of books, but she had never even heard mention of a story like this. With this knowledge, she single-handedly ended all conflict in the world, and brought about an era of peace and prosperity, and eventually gave birth to 2 sons whom inherited her power before she passed from the world. Did they fight each other? Lucy asked. After all, when 2 all-powerful beings are left alone with each other, what else would happen? She'd learned at least that much in fairy tale. Naruto's weary sigh was a clear warning that he did not appreciate her pondering. Sorry. The 2 brothers banded together to ensure that the world their mother had left to them would prosper, and for a time, the peace continued. Then, everything came undone when the tree awoke. He stated grimly. The Tree of Life became twisted as all of the hatred and strife faded from the world, and was drawn into the tree itself. This grim perversion of its nature, coupled with the actions taken by the queen when stealing the fruit of the tree, caused it to warp and shift until it was the Tree of Life no longer. It had become the 10 tails, the one-eyed god capable of destroying the entire world with a single swipe of its tails. The battle between the children of the queen and the 10 tails lasted for decades, until finally, the younger sibling gave his life to seal the beast into his older brother. The elder brother gained all of the power of the beast and spent the remainder of his life attempting to calm the tailed beast within him, along with passing on the knowledge of magic to the rest of the world. Eventually, he gave up on calming the 10 tails, and decided to instead divide the beast into 9 parts, granting them their own minds and personalities before he too passed on, joining his brother and mother in the afterlife. His only child became the progenitor of my family, the Uzumakis, who took on the responsibility of protecting the tailed beasts from the rest of the world. When dragons began their rise several hundred years ago, rather than battling the dragons for territory and supremacy, the tailed beasts instead opted to gather into a single host, and pass along their knowledge and memories through the bloodline of that person, so that their spirits would live on through the ages. Since the day of my birth, I have been the host of those spirits. I can feel their thoughts brush mine occasionally, and at times it really feels like I can hear them speak to me. That's why I treat them like living beings, Lucy. It's because they live on through me. That's definitely not what I was expecting. Lucy finally spoke at length. So, basically, your power comes from the imprinted memories and thoughts of ancient all-powerful entities descended from one massively powerful monster that was responsible for the creation of the world. She asked incredulously. Essentially, and you can take on their physical forms through the use of takeover magic. Yep, you do realize that this sounds completely insane. The boy chuckled. You should imagine my surprise after my mother explained to me that it was completely natural that I accidentally burned down our first home when I was 4, or that I obliterated our third when I was 6. Oh, geez, that's absolutely. What about the second house? She asked, not sure she wanted to know the answer. Naruto's nervous chuckle confirmed that she really didn't want to know. That's a taboo subject, you know. He mumbled as he scratched the back of his head. Well, history lesson is over. He stated as he stood. Let's head home. Nay. Yeah, I'm right behind you. She replied as she rose, only to find that she was alone at the table, along with the owner of the establishment, who was staring expectantly at the insanely large pile of dishes left on the absent blonde's side of the table. When did he even order? Lucy thought in a haze as she forked over almost a quarter of her earnings from the recent job. I honestly think I'm gonna kill him one day. The next day, Naruto chuckled warmly as Team Natsu strolled into the train station, bags packed and hearts set on a week of fun and relaxation at Fiore's foremost seaside resort, courtesy of Loke-turned-Leo. This is gonna be a blast. Natsu crowed as they took their seats. Just as they got situated, the train began its steady journey to Akane. I'm all fired, oh please kill me now. He gurgled half-heartedly as the motion took its toll. Oi, Natsu, don't tell me Fairy Tail's strongest dragon slayer still can't handle a little transportation. Even after all this time, Naruto nearly felt sorry for the guy. Nearly. That's just too rich. The blonde chortled. A swift blow to Natsu's stomach by Erza rendered the unfortunate Pinkett unconscious, saving him from the torment of the train. As Naruto's laughter died away, his gaze drifted to a young woman towards the rear of the train, who was staring intently at Gray. She was dressed all in blue and white, her clothing a typical northeastern fashion, and she seemed completely oblivious to any other person on the train, minus Gray, who in turn was completely oblivious of her. If I remember correctly, that's the girl from Phantom, Gruvia. No, it's Juvia from the Element 4. If I didn't know better, I'd think she had a crush on. His thoughts were interrupted as the girl's face flushed a furious shade of red and she nearly fell from her seat. A subtle glance to his side confirmed his suspicions. Gray had somehow managed to strip down to his boxers without anyone noticing, other than the poor girl down the aisle, who looked like she was practically steaming. Oh, geez, I guess she does. I'll let Gray deal with that one. He thought with a lazy smile as he drifted off to sleep. Naruto. A voice called sweetly, nearly rousing him from his dreams. Just 5 more minutes. He grumbled, annoyed at the unwanted interruption. He immediately realized his mistake as the voice took on a colder tone, one he recognized all too well. Uh-oh. A pair of gauntleted hands grabbed a hold of him roughly as he was very unceremoniously tossed out of the window of the inert train, to the shock of Lucy and Gray who were waiting outside. Just as Naruto picked himself up and began dusting off, a large, heavy bundle followed through the window, which he managed to catch easily before tossing it to the ground as well. Ouch! The bundle cried out as it struck the station floor. She threw Natsu at me. What's your deal, Naruto? What's the big idea, throwing me around like that? He nearly shouted as he jumped to his feet. But it wasn't, Naruto sputtered, angered by the accusation. That does it, Naruto. You and me, one-on-one tonight. Loke told me that this place had a fighting ring made especially for wizards, so me and you gonna finally settle which of us is stronger. His gaze shifted at the sound of Happy trying to hold back his laughter. What? Oh, nothing, the cat said innocently, just wondering what kind of material you want your coffin made of. He muttered loud enough for the whole group to hear. Wah! The dragon slayer coughed out in surprise, turning and kneeling to come down to eye level with his partner. You don't think I can stomp this bozo into the dirt? Gray actually had to laugh out loud. Well, when you put it like that, someone'll definitely end up in the dirt. You, 6 feet down. Oh, whatever, he said heatedly. You just think that since an ice princess like you couldn't beat him, that means I can't. Well, I can. He turned to face Naruto again. So what'd you say? He asked the blonde. The way his eyes were shining, Naruto knew that he was dead serious. He wanted to test himself, and Naruto could respect that. Silence clung to the group as they gathered their belongings once Erza exited the train and headed to the hotel. Lucy filled Erza in on the predicament, and she simply said that it was up to Naruto. The silence dragged on until finally, As the group climbed the stairs to their rooms, Natsu flat out refused to suffer from motion sickness twice in the same day. Naruto clasped Natsu's shoulder. I'll tell you what, Natsu. We unpack, go relax and play on the beach. Sis and I get our gamble on. As he said this, his pupils seemed to shift into massive green jewel symbols. And after we've had a full day to just unwind, his trademark grin plastered itself onto his face. Then, I'll pound you into the ground to your little heart's content. Deal. He held his arm out at chest level, hand clasped into a fist. The Dragon Slayer's eyes lit up in excitement as he met the outstretched fist with his own. You've got a deal, and you better not expect me to hold back either, Naruto. Oh, don't worry, I'd feel insulted if you thought you could afford to. He shot back easily, the fire in Natsu's eyes mirrored in his own. As the two made their pact, the rest of the group couldn't help but shudder. There goes the resort. The day passed rather quickly. The beach had been exactly what everyone needed to wind down after all of the drama from the conflict with Phantom, and it offered their stalker a chance to view Gray in all his glory when he managed to lose his trunks during a swim. Naruto disappeared on his own, ghosting off to the resort's luxury bathhouses, muttering something about research for a novel he had become inspired to write. Lucy, upon discovering another up-and-coming author, had offered to accompany him to trade writing tips, but he had already disappeared in a puff of steam, cackling madly. Weirdo, she muttered, opting to instead follow Erza to go gambling. While Akane Resort was famous for its seaside locale, one-of-a-kind waterpark and luxurious hotel, the main attraction for many of the tourists was, of course, the casino. Winner the slot machine roared out for everyone to hear. The loud clinking of coins falling from the machine was audible throughout the establishment, followed by a girlish shriek of excitement. Wow, Erza, you're on fire tonight. That's like the fifth one in a row. Lucy exclaimed in wonder. Her red-headed compatriot's luck astounded her. Indeed, Erza said with a knowing smile. Naruto had been right. Cue little gambling to take her mind off of everything was just what the doctor ordered. I hear they have blackjack in the back room, shall we? Erza asked, gathering up her coins into a small purse before sending them into her pocket dimension. Sure thing. Sounds like fun. A cry of outrage rang out over the casino, and Lucy couldn't help but chuckle sadly. Looks like Natsu lost. Again. As the two strolled towards the rear of the casino, they passed Gray, who looked like he was being accosted by the former S-class mage of Phantom Lord, Juvia Loxer. Erza, Lucy whispered as they passed the two. Should we be worried about her following us here? Erza laughed kindly at the question. No, I wouldn't worry. She's only here to try to win over Gray, according to Naruto. Oh, okay, that's sweet, Erza supplied. No, Lucy sighed, I was gonna go with creepy. As the two seated themselves at one of the several tables designated for blackjack, Erza couldn't keep the joyful twinkle out of her eye. This day is going perfectly. She smiled triumphantly as hand after hand went to her in victory. I don't think this day could get any better. As the dealers switched, a young man with tan skin and bright blonde hair took the place of the previous dealer. I'm inclined to agree with you, he said smoothly. Tell you what, how about we up the stakes? He smiled strangely. What do you mean? Lucy asked, put off by the new dealer's strange attitude. Erza felt her body tense as alarm bells sounded in the back of her mind. This man seems oddly familiar. I mean, he continued, dealing out 5 cards face down in the center of the table. Instead of betting with chips, he trailed off with a sinister smirk, flipping all 5 cards face up in a single swift motion, each bearing a single bold letter to spell out one word. Death. How about we bet with our lives, big sis? Erza felt the blood drain her face as the stranger spoke, and his identity finally registered with her. Oh my, show. Is that you? She whispered in a haze. Naruto huffed sadly as he limped back towards the hotel, cradling the tattered remains of his shredded notebook. The nerve of those women. He thought sourly, calling me pervert and ripping up my notes. Not my fault the stupid branch broke and dumped me into the women's bath. As he wandered back into the hotel, he felt himself drawn towards the casino, despite wanting to head up to the room for a good night's sleep before his bout with Natsu tomorrow. What's with this strange vibe I'm getting? Suddenly, a gunshot rang out and the crowded casino went into a frenzy as the gamblers fled for safety. Naturally, Naruto went towards the sound, slipping through the screaming group of people with practiced ease. Once he finally escaped the crowd, the sight before him caused his blood to run cold. Natsu lay on the ground before him, eyes glassed over, with a small trail of smoke weaving out of his mouth. A discarded shell casing nearby gave Naruto all the evidence he needed to piece together what had happened. The young dragon slayer had been shot. Naruto knelt down beside him, placing an ear over his mouth as his fingers worked at the base of Natsu's throat to find a pulse. Finding one, he heaved a massive sigh of relief upon finding the boy had just been knocked out by the bullet, which he had apparently tried to eat, if his smoking mouth was anything to judge. "You idiot!" Naruto shouted, backhanding the unconscious dragon slayer into an awake state. "Wa ow ow ow, na ow ru ow too," Natsu said in shock as he pulled himself away from his enraged friend. "What are you hitting me for?" The silent glare he received from Naruto evidence enough that he should be silent. "You fire-breathing idiot," Naruto said quietly. "Just be more careful, alright? You aren't invincible." "Alright, my bad." The blonde waved off his apology, rising to his feet while helping Natsu to his. "So what happened? I was at the machine over there, and then this weird blocky guy attacked me and Happy, and then hey, wait a second. Where is Happy?" Natsu's head shot left and right, searching the entire area in sight, but his blue feline partner was nowhere to be seen. "Have you seen him?" he asked, his tone of voice rising in concern. "If he was with you when you were attacked, but he wasn't when I arrived," Naruto pondered as the two walked, following Natsu's sense of smell to gray. "Then there's a good possibility that he was taken by the man who shot you." Sensing the young man tense up at the news, Naruto placed a comforting hand on Natsu's shoulder. "We'll find him, don't worry." "Yeah," Natsu said slowly. "Yeah, you're right, no doubt about it." There was a muffled crash from their right as a familiar-looking body burst into shards of ice, before Gray and his tag-along appeared from behind the bar. As Naruto sent a playful wink at Gray, the ice mage could only scowl, his discomfort evidenced by the fact that he couldn't seem to extricate his arm from the vice-like grip of Juvia. "You two all right?" the blonde asked innocently, "having a good time together?" Juvia's eyes seemed to light up at the thought of someone finally recognizing the love shared between her and her beloved Gray. Gray, on the other hand, was not amused. "We were attacked," he replied seriously, "a big guy with an eye patch, and some kind of metal frame over his jaw. He made the whole room go dark, but I managed to switch myself out with an ice copy." "A full-body copy of yourself? Wow, Gray, that's really impressive. The amount of concentration and finesse required for something like that is immense. How strong have you gotten while I was away?" A scream shattered the relative quiet of the now deserted casino, setting the four wizards on high alert. "That sounded like Lucy," Natsu shouted, charging forward to find the source of the noise. "I'd know her screaming voice anywhere." As Gray followed behind him, Juvia in tow, Naruto couldn't help but snicker at the fire mage's choice of words. Her screaming voice. Geez, it's getting harder and harder to tell who's in charge in that relationship. Chuckling quietly to himself, Naruto followed the trio towards the rear of the casino. As Naruto finally caught up to the rest of the group, he was caught off guard by the sight that met his eyes upon entering the room. "So, I realize that you two have a rather odd arrangement as far as relationships go, but, why is Lucy all tied up?" "Natsu," he continued, turning his gaze to the young fire mage. "I really don't think now is the time this kind of stuff." While Natsu's blank face showed that he clearly had no idea what was going on, Lucy was practically livid. "Why you ow ow ow?" she cried out as the strange ropes binding her visibly tightened, forcing her back to arch in an obviously painful way. "Help ow me. Magical bindings. Why haven't you taken these off of her yet?" he growled out, startling the others with his sudden shift in mood as he strode forward. "Do you have any idea what'll happen if these aren't removed?" he continued as he knelt beside Lucy, running his hands over the bindings. "We already tried," Gray said shortly. "They nullify magic and we don't have anything that can cut through them." He gestured to the cards scattered around the room. Apparently whoever attacked Lucy was able to trap everyone else that was in the room inside these playing cards. We aren't sure how to free them either. I'm not concerned with them. It's a form of space-time manipulation magic, capable of moving objects or people into their own personal reality. Nothing dangerous. He picked up the nearest card, imprisoning an odd man dressed as the mascot of the resort who seemed to be shouting and waving around "I take back what I said. I'll free them." Natsu stiffened as surprise. You can do something like that. How? Naruto smiled knowingly before grasping the card with both hands. Finesse. He replied cheekily, before unceremoniously ripping the card in half. A flash of light blotted out the vision of the watching trio, slowly dying down to reveal the mascot of Akane Resort. I'm free, he crowed wildly, hopping from one leg to the other in glee. Oh thank goodness, I thought I'd be stuck in there forever. He turned to face his savior, beaming proudly. How could I ever repay you for your knife, if you please? The man blinked in surprise before digging into his costume, fishing out a simple one-sided blade. He held it out gingerly, hilt first towards Naruto, who whisked it from his fingers faster than the eye could follow. Within seconds, he had cut cleanly through the ropes binding Lucy, freeing her. Thank you very much for your help. Say, do you mind if I hold on to this? Naruto asked, gesturing to the knife. Oh, of course you can. And thank you, he replied before running down the hall, hoping to escape any remaining danger, leaving 4 dumbstruck mages and 1 snarky blonde mage. Gray was the first to recover, his demeanor cool as ice. I'm just gonna pretend that it makes perfect sense for you to be able to shatter what you called a separate dimension with your fingertips. Naruto shook his head with a sigh. What are you being all mopey for? Natsu asked heatedly. Oh ho, too fair. How have you all survived in the magical world as long as you have? Magic or no, a card is still a card. It just makes sense that the magic would dispel if the card was destroyed. Juvia is concerned. Are you implying that you did not know if ripping the card would free the man trapped inside? Juvia asked, her voice dripping. Okay, I'll stop now. With concern. Naruto's head sagged in disappointment at the sheer lack of faith his comrades had in him. Surprisingly, it was Lucy who managed to get everyone back on track. Quit fooling around, you guys. We still have to save Erza from those weirdos, before they get to that tower they were talking about. Gray tensed in shock at Lucy's statement. They took Erza. There's no way that blocky bozo's gonna get away with kidnapping Happy and Erza. Lucy, Naruto said quietly, his face a mask of deadly calm. On the inside, his entire being was thrumming with barely contained rage mixed with anxiety. This tower, what did they call it? Despite her confusion at the seemingly unimportant question, the set of Naruto's body and the odd look in his eyes told her that it wasn't as pointless as she believed. The blonde-haired boy called it the Tower of Heaven, or something weird like that. Why? In response, Naruto turned on his heel and stalked out of the room. Before anyone could register he had left, a massive surge of magical energy flowed throughout the entire resort, followed by a bellowing roar that shook the very foundations of the hotel. Take over, Sandy Soul. Following the tremors flowing through the ground, which was nearly enough to force Natsu's motion sickness to act up, the 4 mages were stopped dead in their tracks as they came upon the beach. Rising from the surf to tower nearly as high as the lullaby demon, a massive, monstrous turtle seemed to glare down at them with a single eye, the other shut tight as if were injured. Before anyone could react to the sudden appearance of the beast or even wonder where it had come from, 3 scaled tails surged from the water behind the beast's back, each one easily wider than the train they had arrived on. The monstrous turtle stared each of them down, its gaze paralyzing them with a mix of fear and shock as its tails hung in the air behind it, as if waiting to surge forward and crush them. This is insane, Gray cursed inwardly. First Erza gets kidnapped, and Naruto disappears. Now we have to deal with this thing, too. How in the world are we gonna end Naruto? Lucy called uncertainly as she stepped ahead of the others, much to the surprise of Gray. What the hell are you doing? That's you, isn't it, Naruto? The beast's gaze shifted to her, nearly forcing to freeze in place. Its head cocked to the side as if it were studying her, before it merely shrugged. The tense atmosphere evaporated almost immediately as the other 3 wizards released breaths they hadn't realized they were holding. I am sorry if I frightened you. The creature's oddly soft voice stated slowly. This is the first time I've accessed this form. I am not used to it yet, but that will come with practice. This is my three-tailed form, Isobu. As he spoke, his answers stunning the three mages who had not witnessed his third state of takeover before. One of his tails curved downward to rest on the beach. Climb aboard, I know where we must go. You do. How? Gray demanded as he helped Natsu climb the tail, the motion of the waves playing on his motion sickness. The three-tailed Naruto was silent for several minutes as everyone settled themselves atop his massive shell. He did not speak again until his tails began fluidly roiling through the water, propelling himself and his passengers forward. Naruto, Gray asked tentatively. Suffice to say, the place we are going was once mine and Erza's home, if you can call it that. Your home? Juvia asked, just as perplexed as the others. Why would we be going there? To reacquaint myself with my old friends, you could say. Geez, reacquaint. Natsu managed to croak out, the rapid speed of Naruto seriously playing with his sickness. That would be the polite term, yes. And the not polite term. Lucy wondered aloud, echoing the thoughts of everyone aboard the turtle. They could all feel the shell beneath them rumble, a good sign of Naruto's own inner turmoil. Take your pick, he replied, his tone unsettlingly cold. I'm on my way, big sis. Jello, if you hurt her, I am coming for you. The foaming waves left roiling in his wake mirrored the great storm of emotions raging in his heart. You just couldn't leave us be, could you? The thrashing motion of Naruto's three tails sent waves crashing in their wake as the group sped smoothly through water. From what little information Naruto had been willing to part with during the journey, the rest of the group could only guess that the gargantuan structure looming in the distance was their destination. Unless, and Naruto had been sure to point this out when asked, there was some other giant man-made tower on an island in the middle of the ocean off the coast of Fury. The deadpan in his voice made clear that there wasn't. As they drew ever closer to the tower, Naruto rumbled uneasily beneath them. What is this feeling? My back is killing me. Alone with his thoughts, he couldn't keep his gaze from roving over the source of his less than satisfactory childhood. To think that the construction has come so far, how hard did you push our friends to complete this, Jello? Another sharp pain lanced down his spine, causing him to nearly lose the rhythm of motion with his tails, but the tremor it caused did not go unnoticed by his passengers. Saint, stop moving so much, Naruto, someone, please just throw me off. Natsu groaned from atop his back, the constant motion of the waves, coupled with Naruto's forward momentum playing grand havoc on his motion sickness. I swear, oh geez, I'm gonna make you pay for this when we fight UGGH. He moaned out weakly as Naruto shuddered again, alerting the rest of their merry band to his growing plight. Oi! Naruto! Gray called down loudly, hoping to make himself heard over the wind rushing past them as Naruto plowed onward. What's going on? You all right? I do not know, he replied shakily, his already slow manner of speech halting each time ever-growing pain fired down his back, coalescing in an almost molten pain at the base of his spine. Something is wrong, I do not feel well. His soft voice, surprising, given his size, grew weaker and weaker as he spoke, and the motion of his tails slowed the closer they drew to the tower. What is this pain? He wondered idly as his tails finally ceased to toil, his semi-conscious form drifting in the waves before coming to a gentle stop against the docks, the abrupt halt unceremoniously throwing his miniature crew ashore. Release. A blast of smoke and wind buffeted the group, forcing them back to the ground as Naruto's form was released. Rather than bounding ashore and whipping them all into a frenzy to find Erza, he remained where he lay, his form sprawled half in the water and half out. Naruto, Gray called out softly, a heavy air of discomfort settling over the group. Naruto did not move, sharing a nervous glance with Lucy and Juvia. The three moved to Naruto's downed form, pulling him from the water as Natsu struggled against his stomach. Laying his prone body on dry ground and propping his head against a piece of driftwood, the three, finally joined by Natsu, surrounded the blonde takeover mage, concern written across all of their faces. His features were drawn up in a grimace, eyes screwed shut and lips trembling. His skin was unnaturally pale and his entire body was shaking violently, tremors racking his body every couple of seconds, belaying the scorching heat emanating from his body, as if he were running an inhumanly high fever. "What happened to you, Naruto?" Natsu asked shakily. He'd seen the man before him bounce back from crash-infused punches like they were a light breeze. To see him laid up, unable to speak or stand, it was sobering to realize your heroes weren't as invincible as they seemed. "My back," he managed to whisper, cringing even as the words passed his lips. "Take off my shirt, and roll me over. Check the base of my spine." As he grew silent, the others shared a glance. "Will you be all right?" Lucy asked, concern evident in her voice. "I dunno if that's a good idea." Gray never finished his line of speech as he felt a dark pressure settle over him. Judging from the slack expressions on the faces of the others, he wasn't the only one. Eyes that were not his own glared out from the shadows covering Naruto's face in the setting sun, pinning Gray in place. He doubted he could have moved if he had tried. "Flip me over, or so help me." The scream that rent the air was powerful enough to wake the dead, and filled with so much agony as to send them running straight back to the beyond. Naruto thrashed about wildly as the strange light in his eyes died out, limbs lashing outward and down, cleaving deep furrows in the ground as he clutched for something, anything that would not yield to his sudden surge of inhuman strength. His efforts were for naught as he continued to shake and tremble until finally, blessed black unconsciousness claimed him. His body stilled and his comrades finally felt it was safe to approach from their positions of imagined safety. "Juvia is confused," the water mage stated as they gathered around their fallen friend once more. "Are we flipping him over or?" "Aye," the other three squeaked in unison, quickly working to divest Naruto of his upper body garments. Flipping him onto his chest, the sight that greeted them left an awful taste in their mouths. A lattice of runes formed an odd, spiraling circle around a star-shaped scar at the base of Naruto's spine. It pulsed angrily as they watched, the blonde's body seizing in tandem. "Naruto," Lucy let out softly, her heart wrenching in her chest as she witnessed the cause of her dear friend's plight. "I've never seen anything like this," Gray whispered in despair. "Natsu." The dragon slayer could only shake his head. Things like this were far beyond his skill set. With their most powerful friend defenseless and out of commission, the only question they could think to ask hung over their heads like a curse. "Now what? Well now," a dark voice rumbled, rousing Naruto from his slumber. "How do you expect to accomplish anything just lying there, brat?" "Oh, let him be, you grouchy fox. It's not his fault that boy managed to place such a complex seal. Even we were not sure what sort of effect it would have on his body." Another voice resounded in the darkness surrounding him, this one soft and reassuring, almost a purr. Where have I heard that voice before? He pondered to himself as yet another voice made itself known. Cuckoo. Not that knowing does him any good now. This one was light and raspy, dripping with an almost palpable sense of madness. That one is familiar too. Must we waste time bickering? In case you had not noticed, he is awake. And that one as well. Oh, no. No. This can't be happening. There's no way that they could be here, they're just memories. The first voice interrupted him. Silence followed for a moment, soon replaced by the laughter of 9 different voices. "You could call us that, I suppose. After all, it's only because your consciousness withdrew into the deepest recesses of your mind that we are able to speak together like this. In your mindscape, we are able to take form." As if a magical phrase had been spoken, the darkness in the room was replaced with light, and Naruto found himself at the center of a circle of massive beings, and he suddenly felt that he had an appreciation for the effect his third stage of magic had on others. He was finally able to see with his own eyes, the 9-tailed beasts whose memories inhabited his mind. They were magnificent, each and every one of them, towering above him higher than even Makarov could manage with his full might. And they were just lounging about. In his head. "So, what's this about a seal?" He spoke slowly, hoping to get some sort of understanding of whatever they knew, and he didn't, and masked the sheer excitement coursing through his body. Don't freak out. So what if they have form? You knew they were here, so you shouldn't be surprised. Beings of limitless magical energy, taking up residence in a mortal man's body, and I'm worried about whether or not they have faces. After the lecture I gave Lucy, what am I doing acting so surprised? Besides, Mom said that this could happen, not that I believed her but. If you're quite done with your aneurysm, Gyuki, what are your thoughts? The massive nine-tailed kitsune interrupted Naruto's mental tirade as he addressed the eight-tailed, octopus bull cross. How weird looking. Ahem. We can hear your thoughts, you know. He growled out, trying to drown out the sniggering of his siblings. He moved towards Naruto, his body shifting in shape and size until he had taken on the form of a tall muscular man with blonde hair combed towards the back of his head. He had a small, neat mustache and beard, giving him a distinguished appearance without making him look like a grandfather. Four horns protruded from the side and back of his head in the same positions of his beast form. He knelt down to come to face level with Naruto's navel before manhandling him to see his back and the seal. Interesting, not too shabby. I'm surprised he managed something so impressive at such a young age. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Naruto and the others echoed. What do you mean, uh-oh? Two things. The first is that the seal is linked directly to the tower that dominates the island you are on. The closer you are, the more profound the effect of the seal. Uh-oh. Naruto mumbled sheepishly. Yeah, that's not the worst part. The effect of the seal is linked directly to your takeover magic, namely full body takeover. Apparently, this kid knows a thing or two about the magical pathways required for your magic. If at any point after you come within a certain distance of this tower, all of your pathways are activated at once, you will be subjected to excruciating pain, similar to what happened on the beach. Well, I'm sure I can just muscle through it. I've got a good tolerance for pain and Bakairo, Kanayaro, he nearly shouted as he swatted the back of Naruto's head none too gently. Excruciating pain will be the least of your worries now that you're actually on the island, and especially if you plan on fighting inside the tower. If you were to attempt a full body takeover, the effect would likely sunder your pathways beyond repair. Naruto remained silent as the words sank in. You mean, if I go full body? The Eight Tails frowned. Not out of sadness, or pity, or even sympathy. This seal left a bad taste in his mouth, and he did not like it one bit. If you are not killed outright, which is highly probable, you will likely never use magic again. He stated matter-of-factly. Luckily for you, there is a way to nullify the seal entirely. Two ways actually, but only one is feasible. And, even more luckily, the boy seems to have designed the seal with only your full body techniques in mind. Exerting use of only partial takeover should have no effect on you. Naruto shouted in surprise, the other tailed beasts flinching in surprise at his outburst. If there's a way to get rid of this thing, I'm all ears. I can't risk the seals being replicated and modified, otherwise the entire magical community could be at risk. He paused with a start as the rest of Gyuki's words sank in. He smiled infectiously. I'm still good for partial takeover. Big mistake, he crowed, fist bumping the air. Your concern for others is admirable. That's good. Hold on to that. He smiled warmly before growing serious again. Once I tell you, you'll need to wake up. The after effects of the seal should have died out by now, and I'm sure you'll want to move quickly to get this taken care of. Nay. HN. Right then, listen closely. The first way to nullify the seal is simple. Destroy this Tower of Heaven. Without the linchpin, the seal will fade away. Right, that makes sense. And the second? Hey, that one, well, that one will require a bit of, what did you call it? The Eight Tails smiled mischievously. Finesse. ... Hey, everyone calm down. He's waking up. Ow. Not so rough Erza, he's right here. Naruto eased his eyes open, taking in the circle of faces surrounding him. The sky above was no longer a sky at all, somehow he was now inside a dining hall of sorts. Focusing on the faces above him, a certain red-haired woman was fixing him with a glare that made him want to crawl back into his mind. You wish, a cacophony of voices seemed to whisper at the very corners of his thoughts. Don't suppose anyone got a good look at the magic mobile that hit me? He croaked sheepishly, and just like that, the concerned faces shifted to relief, and then joy. He found armor plating greeting his face as his adopted sister embraced him, and numerous other arms encroached from all angles, pulling him every which way in an attempt to pronounce their happiness. When you passed out, Lucy began. Naruto's hand rested on her head, silencing her. I'm all right. The universe will have to try a little harder than that to get rid of me. He allayed her fears with a smirk. Gray was in front of him suddenly, fear evident in his dark eyes. There's some sort of marking on your back. We aren't sure what to make of it, but I get the feeling it's what caused your breakdown. Don't worry about it, I've got that whole thing figured out. As long as I'm mindful of how I manage my magic, it won't be a problem. He clasped the ice mage's shoulder warmly. Thank you for your help, Gray. Gray seemed startled by the blonde's words, but he smiled nonetheless and nodded, happy for the praise. Naruto turned to the young water mage standing at Gray's side and grinned at her. Thank you for coming with us. He leaned in close to her and whispered quietly enough for only Juvia to hear. He likes girls who are forward. Sneak into his bed while he's asleep, and you're guaranteed results when he wakes up. She nodded sagely at his words, no doubt filing away what she undoubtedly viewed as sound advice. Gray looked decidedly less comfortable upon noticing the glint in the blonde's eye. Have fun, Naruto murmured wickedly as he edged towards Natsu, his final stop before confronting his sister and the two men who accompanied her, one of which he instantly recognized as Sho. Natsu, he called softly. The pinket's head was hung low, and he refused to meet Naruto's eyes. Talk to me, buddy. The Dragon Slayer refused to make eye contact, turning away from Naruto as he drew closer. Naruto sighed at his friend's behavior as he crouched down beside him. If you're just gonna sit there and pout, then I don't see how you expect to get anything done, Natsu. And I'm not going to sit here and be ignored, so you should probably start talking. He spoke quietly, good-naturedly. What's eating you? Natsu's reply nearly dead silent, yet it carried to the far corners of the room. I thought you were strong, was the response, barely above a whisper, yet everyone heard it. Oh, Naruto replied just as softly. You thought, huh? I take it you no longer think so. I've always looked up to you, Naruto. You've always been the obstacle that I need to surpass to become strong. When I can beat you, if I can beat you, maybe I'll be strong enough to see Igneel again. He turned to face Naruto, and now the blonde could see the cause of his shaking voice and the reason he had refused to look at him. That's what I've always thought. But how the hell am I supposed to surpass someone that's strong enough to go through that kind of pain with a smile? He asked as tears ran down his face. I know that you're strong, Naruto, just don't go out of your way to prove it, you know. You're like a big brother to me, and if something were to happen. Naruto was taken aback to say the least. Natsu was always a little ball of hellfire before he had left, always picking fights. To see Natsu concerned about his well-being, about his safety. Geez, Natsu, the blonde said with a grin. He reached out gingerly and ruffled the Dragon Slayer's hair roughly. You really did get strong while I was gone, didn't ya? Taking your friends' lives into account, making their problems your business, helping them even when they say they don't need it. Things like that are what make a strong wizard. The bonds of friendship that we forge in life are our strength. You are well on your way to catching up to me, he trailed off, watching with growing mirth as Natsu's outlook shifted from depression to awe. Really? Wow, Naruto, do you really? Surpassing me? On the other hand, you're a few thousand years too young to think you could surpass me. The takeover mage crowed out as the rest of the group toppled over in disbelief. Only you could ruin a moment like this, Naruto, Lucy stated in wonder as Gray nodded in affirmation. Naruto, Erza's voice cracked like a whip through the room, curbing his shenanigans to a halt. All joking aside, this is serious. Simon just told me that. Simon, the blonde's own voice rang out again as he eyed the massive fellow at Erza's side. What the hell have they been feeding you here? Steroids. I've never been able to get that kind of definition in my core. Did Jello give you guys spending money for personal trainers and gym equipment? Because an armored fist to the crown of his skull brought any more questions to a grinding halt. Focus, Naruto. Simon was able to give me insight into that seal on your back. Apparently, it's linked to the tower and my magic. I already know that. Despite his effort to save time from a lengthy explanation, Erza glaring bloody daggers at his interruption motivated him to offer some form of placation. I spent the past few hours with the voices in my head. It was very insightful. Her glare turned to a look of surprise. They spoke to you, but I thought that they were just memories and residual thoughts. Naruto could only grin uncomfortably as several of the aforementioned residual thoughts made their displeasure at being referred to as such known within his skull. Yeah, not so much. Anyways, if we want to get rid of this stupid thing, the tower needs to come down. Indeed, Simon added in as he stepped past Erza to gain the attention of the others in the room. Although that isn't the only reason. The Tower of Heaven, as you all know it, was designed with a singular purpose. The resurrection of someone long deceased. Erza and Naruto silently nodded while the others listened on in shock. The art of raising the dead was one of the darkest arts in existence, a taboo subject in nearly every circle of magic. The target of the resurrection is the Black Wizard Zirf. He continued seriously. Images of the Death Song Lullaby and Deliora the Destroyer flashed through the minds of the present mages. To think that someone would want to bring the creator of those monsters back to life. That bastard, Gray muttered angrily as Natsu clenched his fist murderously. Lucy found herself trembling on the spot. Luckily for us, he plowed onward. The tower requires a human sacrifice with power comparable to that of one of the 10 wizard saints. Jello seemed to have you in mind, Erza, Simon finished, his tone sounding almost apologetic. I see, she stated neutrally before turning to face the mages who had not been privy to the truth of the tower. You all know the stakes. I ask again that you all return to the guild while we handle this. This is personal, and has nothing to do with you. I'd rather that none of you were drawn into this. No way, Natsu shouted indignantly, a grin plastered to his face. We're fairy tale wizards. There's no way we're gonna leave our pals to deal with something like this alone. The others nodded as well, echoing his determination. Besides, Natsu paused to sniff the air. I need to go find my little buddy, he shouted as he suddenly flew down the hall branching off from the room. H-A-A-A-A-P-P-P-P-P-P-Y-Y. Oi, Naruto cried out as the pinkett sped out of sight, before shrugging with a chuckle. What am I gonna do with that kid? A light lacrima suddenly blazed in his mind. Say, he wondered aloud as he eyed the remaining 3 who had not spent their childhood in the tower. Did I miss something? First off, you all seem pretty nonchalant about the fact that Erza and I were enslaved as kids. And, here he turned to face Erza. Last I checked, you were still being held captive, and the 2 of you were bad guys. He finished with a motion of his hand towards Simon and Sho, the latter of which ducked his head uncomfortably. I am responsible for that. Erza cut in. While you were unconscious, I filled them in on our shared past. And as for Simon and Sho, she motioned for them to speak. Simon was the first. I never once believed Jello when he said that you both abandoned us. I've been working to become strong enough to leave and warn you both for a while now, but things were set into motion too quickly. The best I could do was hope to aid you once you arrived. And we appreciate every bit of effort, Simon, Erza said warmly. If not for the strange plating covering his jaw, everyone might have noticed the way his face brightened at her words. Big sis nearly busted my jaw when I was locking her up, Sho said quietly. She brought me down here to keep an eye on me, and then Simon told me the truth when I woke up. He gazed at Naruto sadly, clearly ashamed by his actions. I am so sorry for ever doubting the 2 of you. It's in the past, Naruto said good-naturedly as the rest of the group moved to follow Simon towards the heart of their problems, Jello. I mean, it's not like you're gonna go all wonky on us now, kidnap Erza with your magic, and then run off and try to beat Jello on your own, right? I walked right into that one, didn't I? Naruto felt obligated to ask the others after Sho mysteriously disappeared along with Erza. Well, at least things couldn't get any worse. He asked the empty hall. Oh, right, we all split up after Jello decided to play chess with us, not to mention he has the council launching Etherian within the next 15 minutes or so, pretentious prick. Pretentious. That's a big word for you, brat. On now the voices are back. Wonderful. You know, I think I liked this story better before you guys could talk to me whenever you felt like it. Hey now, you better be careful that. Yeah, it's just this once, I swear. Now, do mind leaving me alone with my thoughts? We are your thoughts. I really don't feel like having this creepy existential discussion right now, so would you pretty please stop bothering me for right now? Suit yourself, the voices growled from within his mind before he felt them fade into the background. Beyond creepy, Naruto muttered with a shiver. A sudden flash of golden light drew his attention ahead. Naruto felt himself tense up unintentionally at the sight before him. Hello there, Naruto. It's certainly been a long time, hasn't it? The unmistakable figure of Jello called from a few meters ahead. Fancy meeting you here. He was garbed in a fancy dark blue hooded robe, hands covered by black gloves that were matched by his pants, boots and shirt. Fancy meeting you here. Is that the same thing as, I'm surprised my seal hasn't killed you yet? Naruto called back menacingly. He had hoped to have a little backup if he was going up against Jello with his powers so seriously lacking. Jalal's twin on the council was considered a 10-wizard saint, but Naruto had the inkling sensation that Jalal himself was far stronger. Take it as you will, I am truly happy to see you. It's been, how long has it been? He asked coyly as he moved closer to Naruto, who refused to budge from his position. Not nearly long enough, you traitor. Naruto practically snarled. He caught himself quickly as his blood began to run hotter. I can't afford to lose control now, nothing good will come from it. Oh, the blue-haired mage chuckled knowingly. I'm surprised you can keep a handle on yourself like that, although I would be disappointed if you were to kill yourself now. Erza was my original choice as a sacrifice, but with you back on my radar, I may very just kill her and use you instead. He smiled coldly. Naruto's stance shifted, and before Jello could process anything else, a fist coated in molten glass collided with his face, launching him bodily down the hall as the molten liquid cooled across his face, solidifying into a harsh half-mask that molded into his skin. It all happened so quickly. Naruto was already on him again before he registered the fierce agony etched across his face. Gah! He cried out, clutching at his right eye that was now glassed over. He was incapable of moving the majority of the right side of his face, encased in glass as it was, and his momentary shock at the no doubt permanent burns to his face was all Naruto needed to continue his surprise assault. How dare you! Naruto howled as his foot, trailing steam and traveling faster than the eye could follow, collided with the undamaged side of Jalal's head, violently snapping it to the side. The blonde meant to follow up with a steaming overhead fist to send Jalal crashing face first to the stone floor, but the blue-net burst into a blazing aura of gold as he flashed behind Naruto's back and delivered a punishing blow to the tender spot at the base of his spine. Sent flying by the kick, Naruto managed to right himself in midair and belched a barrage of blue and black flames to engulf the hall, and his enemy. He alighted on the ground softly, and readied himself in a defensive stance. The ferocity of the flames died away slowly, leaving a cloud of steam and ash in its wake before Jello strode from the cloud, his clothing in tatters and his body littered with minor burns. He smiled the best he could manage, with the glass covering half of his face melting and draining between his parted lips. Incredible. To think that even with your powers limited, you would be able to go toe-to-toe with me like this. Yes, you will do nicely, Naruto. The tower shook suddenly and Jalal's grin seemed to widen. It would seem the others in your group are progressing along as well. I'll see you at the top of the tower, Naruto. And move quickly, the time until Etherian strikes is steadily diminishing. He finished with a grin as his body suddenly dissipated into golden dust. Realization dawned on Naruto as the glimmer in the air faded. It was a thought projection. He glanced around at the charred walls as the pain in his back faded. A solid thought projection was able to stand up to those combination attacks. I knew you were strong, Jello, but that boy, one of the tailed beasts intoned for Naruto to hear. That boy is dangerous. His brother's reputation as one of these so-called wizard saints appears to be well deserved if the two share any inkling of power. Indeed, another replied. This one Naruto recognized as Matabi. Little one, you would be wise to end that one before he becomes too troublesome. Given the opportunity, he could become a serious threat. Kill Jello, he asked with a start as he dusted himself off and continued down the corridor. I know he's traveling down a dark path, but you wish to redeem him. The unmistakable scorn of the fox reverberated in his skull. How naive. I am able to sense the ill intent of others, and there was nothing but malice in those words. Whatever foul entity corrupted your little friend, it no longer holds sway over him. No longer holds sway. What are you, fool? The eight tails thundered. Everything that boy has said and done since the day he first attacked you, he has done of his own volition. He is acting under his own will. He wants to resurrect Zirf. He wants to sacrifice you to do it. He will murder your friends in cold blood if given the opportunity. But I want to. Want. All 9 raged at once, forcing him to fall to his knees, halting his progress up a flight of stairs. Silence pervaded his mind for what seemed like days, but was truly seconds. Finally, Kurama broke the tense silence. Individual wants are irrelevant for one with power such as yours. Within you lies the collective power to shape the world as you know it. You do not have the commodity of wanting. You must do what is best for the majority of the world, not what makes you happy. That is your responsibility. He was a good person. If it wasn't for those dark mages, he would have. The soft, pleasant voice of Matabi halted his would-be tirade. No one here is calling his past self into question. We were all there, you should recall. But think on this, if you were in his place, what would you wish for him to do? Naruto opened his mouth to reply, and promptly clamped it shut. If I had attacked Erza, and enslaved the people I was supposed to protect. The gravity of all of Jalal's misdeeds settled heavily on Naruto's shoulders as he became painfully aware of the decision he held in his hands. Ensure the safety of countless lives, with the death of a childhood friend who never wanted to travel this path. The world is a cruel place, young one, Isobu said sympathetically, but, if you have the opportunity to remove some of that darkness, do you truly plan to ignore it? But killing him, isn't there some other way? He cried out mentally, the pressure growing unbearable. I can't kill my friend, I can't. The 9 were silent as they all deliberated the possibilities. Imprisonment would only last as long as he could be held, and he was too dangerous to risk simple exile, and it wasn't as if there was a way to remove his. Oh, the general consensus rang out. That is plausible. Oi, don't you start leaving me out of the loop now. Quit shouting out loud, brat. People will think you're a madman. Says the ancient fox memory. Ignoring the jab at their state of existence, Gyuki filled Naruto in. There is one way to ensure he is never able to harm others again, at least on a massive scale, although some would argue that death is the more humane option. Well, don't leave me in suspense. Huff, if you are truly set in allowing him to live, we 9 believe that the only viable method you can enact would be to remove his affinity and ability for magic. Pardon, we will imprint the knowledge into your mind. All things considered, you should find that it comes quite naturally. Excuse me, this technique is more ancient than even we 9. Needless to say, you should not use it carelessly. Before Naruto could even hope to muddle through another response, a blindingly white light shone in the sky outside the tower. The Etherian cannon was preparing to fire. Damn it, you brat, this is no time for small talk. Get to the summit of the tower and remove his power. Or, man up and kill him, I really couldn't care less. Snapped from his daze, Naruto began bounding up the stairs. He felt an oddly warm sensation at the back of his mind, as if an old memory had just resurfaced. It is done. Good luck to you, Naruto. With that, the 9-tailed beasts grew eerily silent. He almost missed their clamoring voices. The ability to remove one's magical power, permanently. I guess if that's what it takes, I'm sorry Jello, but my only other option is to kill you. I hope you'll forgive, but after everything you've done, I can't forgive you. He rounded another bend and found himself face to face with Jello, the real Jello, who was embracing Erza as the light of Etherian arced downward. As the two of them made eye contact, Naruto couldn't help but wonder if the 9 tails had misjudged Jello. He seemed so forlorn now, distraught even. Then, just as quickly as it had come, the thought was gone as Jello made an odd motion behind Erza's back and grinned wickedly. Before Naruto could think to shout a warning, his entire world exploded in white light. Etherian had struck dead on. There was no heat or any real concussive force from the blast, and just as quickly as it had blinded the occupants of the tower, the light was gone. On sheer reflex, Naruto had flung himself to the floor and flooded Ethernano along his spine to take on the partial form of Isobu's shell to gain some sort of protection, but there was no need. As the rumbling died away and his senses returned, Naruto rose shakily to his feet and found himself at a loss for words when he noticed a major change in his surroundings. Where there had previously been dark stone walls and eerie carvings, shimmering blue crystal shone proudly. The Tower of Heaven had become a massive beacon of light. What the? He mumbled in a daze. The sheer amount of power roiling from the crystalline structure was staggering, and Naruto felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise as realization sank in. Lacrima, he whispered in disbelief. The entire tower was a lacrima. Why? Jello, you bastard. Erza's voice cracked through the air, shattering the unsettling quiet that had taken residence atop the tower. This was all a ploy, wasn't it? You were betting on the council firing Etherian all this time, weren't you? She growled accusingly, lunging forward as two immense blades materialized in her hands, seeking purchase in Jalal's throat. Huh, Naruto pondered as he slowly trudged to aid Erza. I'm glad someone seems to have an idea of what's going on here. You never know what's going on around you anyways, so I don't see why you're surprised. Being lost isn't exactly new for you. Ignoring that, the blonde announced loudly, causing several of his tenants to chuckle softly. Shouldn't you be moving a bit faster? He has already proven that he is capable of going toe-to-toe with your partial takeover, and while certainly impressive, that red-haired female isn't anywhere near your level. The Eight Tails stated impatiently. I don't believe you can afford to take your time getting into this fight. A shockwave rocked the tower as Erza pulled another blade from nothingness and sent it plunging into the crystal floor, narrowly missing Jello as he leapt aside. I think she has this under control, Naruto muttered. So far Erza had kept Jello completely on the defensive, to the point that it almost seemed. Naruto frowned. Uh-oh. A cry of shock pierced the air, drawing Naruto's eyes across the tower where Erza lay on the floor, completely motionless and in obvious pain. Black and red runes pulsed angrily along her spine and limbs, leaving her completely at the mercy of what would no doubt be a vicious counter-attack by Jello. Another seal, Naruto growled, doubling his pace in an effort to reach his adopted sister before Jello. When did he have time to do that? He likely finished as you were coming in. If you had been paying any attention, you might have noticed the motions his hands were making. Damn it, he shouted, channeling his rage into focus in the form of flooding his legs with ethernano. He would launch himself across the tower and act as a guardian for his incapacitated sister, and then, even as his plan asserted itself in his mind, his body failed to adhere to his wishes and his legs collapsed beneath him, completely unused to the impossibly large surge of energy flowing through them. Without warning, the pent-up energy fired off, shattering the crystalline floor in its wake and sending Naruto careening face first along the ground until he came to a rough stop a few feet from his sister, a rather impressive trench furrowed into the crystal to mark his passage. Ow, he managed to grumble weakly. Despite his predicament, Erza couldn't help but laugh at his misfortune. My hero. Shut up, cruel sister. Odd, it appears your seal was disrupted by the explosion. If that's the case, why is my magic acting up even more? He whined. Well, the Eight Tails began, sounding a bit put out. It would seem there was an additional, more subtle effect that I failed to notice until now, due to the fact that it's been at work since the seal was put into place. URK. Naruto gurgled as an iron grip closed around his throat, lifting him bodily from the ground and cutting off his attention to the words of the Eight Tails. Jello smiled triumphantly, holding Naruto's swaying form above the floor. There truly is no greater joy than seeing a plan come to fruition. He said slowly, savoring every word as he carried the blonde towards a large crystal at the room's center. What are talking about? Naruto growled, venom creeping into his tone in spite of his disadvantage. Honestly, the blue-haired mage continued, seemingly oblivious to the question. When you ran off on your own, I found it impossible to track you. It was as if you dropped off the face of Earthland. He stopped suddenly, harshly slamming the blonde onto the smooth crystalline pillar. Naruto stifled a hiss of pain while Jello carried on. Imagine my surprise upon finding you meandering about the forests of Magnolia, flaunting your powers like a child begging for attention. He spat out the tail end of his words with a hint of disgust. I prefer to think of it as showing off. Naruto croaked with a half-hearted chuckle. His easy smirk shifted to a look of surprise as a cool sensation began spread along his extremities, and he found that he could no longer feel or move his arms and legs. The pressure of Jalal's hand disappeared from his throat, but his position on the pillar remained unchanged. With rising apprehension, Naruto managed to shift his gaze downward and found that his body was slowly being absorbed into the crystal. Jalal's voice drew his apprehensive gaze upward, giving Naruto little time to process his new predicament. It was by pure luck that the seal I placed on you all those years ago has managed to hold together all this time, especially given the amount of power you have flowing through your body. In a calm tone that belied his frantic state of mind, Naruto cut in smoothly. If there's a point to your evil monologue, do you think you could get to it before I'm swallowed by this crystal? Jello paused and gazed at Naruto, as if seeing him for the first time. Across the tower, Erza ceased her struggle against her own seal to listen as well. As you say, there is little time, he said slowly, as if in a daze. The third aspect of the seal was meant to place an artificial inhibitor on the growth of your magical power. Upon the destruction of the tower, the seal would shatter and allow all of the stored away energy to flood your body. Essentially, the reason you are incapable of wielding your magic effectively is due to the simple fact that you have more magic energy flowing through your body than ever before. Your body needs time and training in order to be able to acclimatize and process the excess energy effectively. Naruto was dumbstruck as the explanation sank in slowly. Too much energy. That's gotta be a joke. It doesn't make sense for the seal to have been blocking my growth like he's claiming. From what Mom and Dad taught me, my power was already developing at a surprising pace, so if my growth was actually being stunted, how is that physically possible? As difficult as it may be to believe, he does speak the truth. Gyuki pointed out, that seal was blocking your access to nearly half of your energy stores. How did I not see this? Overconfidence and laziness, his one-tailed brother piped up unhelpfully. The others turned to glare at him, causing him to shudder in surprise. I thought that out loud, didn't I? Ignoring the rising argument in his mind, Naruto turned his attention to his captor. Why? He asked. What's the point of blocking my power, just to give it back now? Jello clapped his hands together once, smiling winningly, like a teacher when the dead last in the class asked a useful question for once. I'm glad you asked. You're familiar with the concept of weight training, yes? Yeah. The blonde deadpanned at Jalal's little display. Wearing weighted gear when training increases your base abilities when you take off the gear, so what? Jello continued to stare at Naruto expectantly for several seconds before his face shifted to a puzzled frown. You don't get it, do you? The blonde smiled sheepishly, rapidly shaking his head left and right. Nah, could you break it down for me a bit more? As Jello gripped the bridge of his nose in annoyance, even Erza chuckled exasperatedly at her brother's remark. Think of the seal acting as a weight, by forcing you to put more effort into utilizing your powers. The seal was causing your magic to strengthen inherently through use. The proverbial light lacrima blazed to life above Naruto's head. Ooh, I get it now. I can't use my magic because I'm having trouble manipulating the right amount of energy for my techniques. The reason I can't manipulate the proper amount of energy is that I'm having a major influx of energy because your seal broke and unlocked all of my reserves. And, the reason you set the seal to unlock my reserves is that the light sputtered and died, leaving Naruto with a frown dominating his features. I'm lost again. But Erza understood. She had spent the past few years studying the R system, or the Tower of Heaven as Jello seemed to enjoy calling it. The tower utilized massive, near impossible to gather, amounts of magical energy to resurrect a single person. However, resurrection cannot be achieved without a sacrifice, and a powerful one at that. Which would mean. Erza gasped at the realization, even as Jello took it upon himself to explain himself to Naruto. I did it to make sure you would be strong enough to satisfy the requirements of the tower as a sacrifice to raise Lord Zirf. Jello stated offhandedly, as if he were commenting on something as casual as the weather. Which is why you're in that crystal, you'll be acting as the catalyst for a new era, Naruto. He smiled warmly, taking a firm grip of Naruto's hair. Thank you for your contribution. Naruto's eyes widened at the realization that he had played right into Jello's hands. He could only watch wide-eyed as Jello forced his head beneath the smooth crystalline surface, cutting off Erza's helpless cry of anguish as it was joined by a roar of outrage from an unknown party. Naruto! Erza cried out, forced to watch helplessly as her brother's head was forced into the crystal. The moment his full body occupied the crystal, it noticeably darkened from a light, clear blue to nearly opaque black. She could no longer see him inside the pillar. Jello turned to face her with a smirk, but rather than the helpless form of the bound swordswoman, he came face to face, or rather, face to fist with a very angry dragon slayer. The surprise blow sent him careening across the tower, followed so closely by Natsu that to the untrained eye it appeared that the blue-haired mage had a pink-haired shadow. Jalal's flight was rudely interrupted by an impressive fiery axe kick, allowing himself to become better acquainted with the crystal floor. Natsu gave the dark mage no breathing room, and followed him relentlessly to the ground with enough force to send the two of them down another floor. Before Erza had time to process what had occurred, the ground several meters to her left exploded upwards as Natsu was brutally assaulted by flashes of golden light from every direction. It took only a moment for her trained eyes to recognize the flashes as Jello, moving so quickly that he appeared to be everywhere at once. The blue-haired mage came to stop a good distance away from Natsu, relaxing where he stood as he waited for the boy to stand. The dragon slayer rose to his feet steadily, bringing his hands out to his sides and engulfing the two in flames so hot, the air around him shimmered and the floor beneath him steamed. "What the hell do you think you're doing to Naruto?" he roared, his flames growing even brighter and the air becoming stifling hot. The fire spread across his entire body, and the crystal around him nearly began to melt from the sheer power in his emotion-fueled flames. He brought his clenched fist crashing into his open palm, sending the flames spiraling around him. "Anyone that picks a fight with Fairy Tail is picking a fight with me." His boisterous voice resounded throughout the cavernous room. A cold chuckle answered his proclamation, and Jello clapped slowly to humor the fire mage. Natsu glared in response, and impossibly, his flames grew even brighter. "What's the joke, you worthless bastard?" he growled angrily. He could feel immense power flowing in him, probably the most he had managed since his fight with Aragorn the Reaper a few weeks back. The fact that the man before him thought his display was worth laughing at was unsettling. "Nothing at all, Dragon Slayer," he deflected with a smirk. "I simply find it amusing that you would challenge me now, given that the only person who had a chance of facing me is now far beyond any aid you could render." Natsu snarled at his words, and the flames covering his body concentrated in his hands. "Natsu, don't do it. He's too powerful, even for me," Erza shouted at him, trying to deter him from his foolish act. "Jalal's brother is one of the 10 wizard saints, just like Master Makarov. You can't hope to match him, he's at least as strong Seagrain." She trailed off, seeing that Natsu was far too focused to pay her words any mind. With a start, she realized that he was more focused on the man in front of him than anything she had ever seen before. "I don't really give a damn about how strong you are. No matter what, I'll show you why you shouldn't mess with Fairy Tail." Natsu charged forward and unleashed a punch with enough force to shatter a stone wall. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Jello dodged the blow so easily, Natsu might as well have been throwing the punch from a mile away. The blue-haired mage's foot twitched and Natsu was thrown back by a monstrous kick that nearly cracked his ribs. Natsu recovered quickly, but Jello hadn't pressed his advantage and merely stood waiting for the next attempt, smiling. "Is that all you can muster up? Or are you saying that I shouldn't mess with your guild because it isn't worth the effort?" he asked snidely. Natsu's entire body erupted in response to his goading. He flew into the air suddenly, fast enough for Jello to be moderately surprised, though not caught off guard, and brought his fists crashing together. "I'm gonna make you regret those words." Fire Dragon's brilliant flame, he roared, and the overwhelming heat evaporated the very air around it as it burned a blazing path towards the dark mage. The spell made direct contact with its target, going so far as to evaporate the crystal surrounding Jello and bathe the entire room with enough heat to even make the water at the base of the tower hiss and steam. Natsu returned to the ground roughly. He'd poured everything he had into that attack and the lack of magical energy left him staggered. But he smiled as he gazed the still raging inferno. "Not so smug now, huh? Never mess with my friends. Never mess with Fairy Tail. And especially, don't underestimate me," he intoned, mostly to himself. Now, I just need to find a way to free Naruto, and then. So, a voice called out mockingly from the depths of Natsu's firestorm, freezing the Pinkett in place. This is the full scope of a Dragon Slayer's power. I'm disappointed. The voice chuckled darkly, without a hint of mirth in its cold tone. The flames died away without warning, and before him was Jello, no worse for wear, if a little singed at the edges of his clothing. He smiled a smile that sucked the warmth from the room, and Natsu shivered at the sight. Consider yourself properly estimated, Dragon Slayer. Meteor. Without any further prelude, Jello simply ceased to stand in front of Natsu. Before he had any opportunity to even process that his opponent had so much as twitched, he doubled over as Jello buried his knee into the Dragon Slayer's gut, sending him flying backwards. Natsu managed to right himself in midair, digging his feet into the floor and launching back towards the dark mage even as his body throbbed in protest. Without so much as a flicker of movement, Jello redirected him, by way of fist, face first into an unforgiving pillar. He's so fast, Natsu conceded, rising from the floor and launching a flurry of blazing punches towards his foe. To his surprise, each strike was diverted and parried with the ease of a master martial artist sparring against an untrained child. Natsu frowned, ceasing his assault and breathing heavily. He appraised the man in front of him in a new light. Keeping an aggressive stance, a plan began to form in his mind. This bastard is strong, probably as strong as me, and way too fast for me to keep up with him, and he's obviously skilled in hand-to-hand. I can't even touch him. Gah, I'm gonna wipe that stupid grin off his face. He snarled to himself, going on the offensive once more. Deciding for another angle of attack, Natsu took to the air only to come crashing down in a blazing explosion, shattering the floor where Jello had been standing. The blue-haired mage snarled at the failed strike and delivered a forceful kick into Natsu's side, sending him flying once more. As the Pinkett rose to his feet again, Jello couldn't help but notice the smirk spreading across the boy's face. Ho, find something amusing to laugh about, Dragon's son. If possible, the grin widened, showcasing the extended canines of the Dragon Slayer. Yep, he stated simply. His hands blazed once more before he flew towards Jello again. Just as the mage prepared to throttle the smug boy a third time, he was thrown back by the immense explosion resulting from Natsu's attack. Dusting himself off, he growled murderously when he saw what had been the fairy tale mage's true target. What the hell do you think you're doing, you worthless punk? Oh, you know, doin' what we fairy tale wizards do best. He grinned devilishly, and his eyes took on a dangerous gleam as he crushed an outcropping of crystal beneath his feet. He turned to face Jello head-on, titling his head slightly to the left as he did so. This sure is a nice tower you've got built for yourself here, ya prick. It'd be a shame if something were to the crystal floor beneath him shattered as he exerted even more force on it. Oops. Why you little Jalal's rage was cut off as Natsu connected for the second time, staggering him and leaving him open for a follow-up. Natsu grinned maliciously. Eat this, Dragon Slayer's secret art. Jalal's eyes widened in surprise. The blockhead had played him and left him vulnerable to an attack that might actually be able to harm him. There was no way he'd be able to recover in time to escape, and the sheer amount of energy building in the Dragon Slayer made it clear that blocking would be futile. Crimson Lotus exploding flame blade. Jalal's entire world became fire. Erza watched on, awestruck when Natsu's attack engulfed himself and Jello. The entire tower attempted to shake itself apart under the force of the explosion, and despite his strength, even Jello felt the effects. He flew from the blast decidedly charred and landed in a heap unceremoniously after colliding with a sizable chunk of falling lacrima, dislodged by the attack. Natsu himself was clearly drained and nearly dead on his feet after expending so much magic in a single attack, and he too collapsed to the floor, bone-weary and unable to move. But the smile on his face lit up the entire room when his eyes met Erza's. How about that, Erza? Phew. I totally mopped the floor with, I am. He grinned infectiously, and Erza found herself smiling as well. And you were, so, worried. His smile faltered when a shifting noise reached his ears. The sound of someone rising from the ground. No way. Jello stood unsteadily, fixing Natsu with a glare that could have set lesser men whimpering. Natsu met it with a glare of his own. I I can't believe you got up from that. I put everything I had into that attack, he muttered in disbelief. How are you this strong? Instead of answering, Jello divested himself of his ruined cloak, leaving himself clothed in a tight, dark sleeveless shirt and a pair of dark pants. If his face betrayed any of the emotions he was feeling, the best one to describe it would be fury. You dare, he snarled, his face contorting in rage. 8 years. I've spent 8 years building this tower, and you would dare try to destroy it. His visage calmed, and then darkened as a smile tugged at his lips. Very well, if you are so keen to see my plans dashed to oblivion, who am I to stand in your way? Allow me to ease the process along. He fell into a stable stance, feet spread shoulder width apart and arms at his side. His hands began to glow with the golden light of his heavenly body magic, and then he brought them high above his head to form an X. The entire tower shuddered. Wow, what is this magic power? It feels terrible, Natsu wondered. It's even drawing my shadow to it. Fall into the endless darkness, Dragon Slayer. Jello shouted, as if announcing to the heavens that he would put an end to the man before him. And would you kill me as well, Jello? Erza. Without Jello having paid it any mind during the battle, Erza's seal had disappeared and she now stood as a barrier between Natsu and Jello. Sho said that you had originally intended me as your sacrifice. Can you truly afford to risk killing me along with Natsu? Erza asked, hoping to buy time to find some way for Natsu to escape. This opponent was beyond them. While it is true that the tower requires a sacrifice with power comparable to that of one of the 10 wizard saints, you seem to forget that Naruto was already kind enough to fill that role for me. He stated condescendingly. At this point, it makes no difference with or without you. Erza's eyes widened at the implication of his words. The two of you, he continued with a sadistic smile, are going to be smashed to bits. Erza, Natsu yelled, still unable to stand. Get away. She turned part way to face him, smiling. Don't you worry, Natsu. She faced Jello once more, prepared to emulate her savior all those years ago. I'll protect you. The pink-haired boy sat aghast at her statement. No, he whispered. Heavenly body magic, Jello proclaimed. Amaterasu. The odd, starry black orb that had been forming over his head shot forward at unheard of speeds, sundering the tower floor as it passed. Within seconds, it would strike down its targets. Erza closed her eyes, accepting her fate, thankful that Natsu would live on. The sphere closed in, buffeting the tower with near-gale force winds as it did. Natsu cried out, begging Erza to save herself. The heavenly body closed to a scant few feet away, too close to dodge. Without warning, Simon stood before Erza as a barrier himself, too late for Erza to stop him. Jalal's attack struck, tearing apart the very space around the body of its unintended target, shattering the tower floor beneath it, and exploding. The dust cleared, and Erza was unable to stifle the gasp of shock as it slipped between her lips. In front of her with his clothes torn to shreds, battered, bloodied and standing on his last legs, was Jello. The blue-haired mage managed a choked gurgle before he collapsed to the floor, and across the room, Erza could see Simon standing in the place previously occupied by the dark mage, looking as confused as Jello looked injured. Natsu, to his credit, recovered his ability for coherent speech first. No way. Simon and Jello were really Jello and Simon. Before either Erza or Simon could respond, another voice, familiar and foreign at the same time, caught their attention. Seriously, that's the first thing you came up with? The strange voice huffed irritably, and the tower itself seemed to shift as it did so. Sometimes I really wonder how you survived being raised by a dragon, Natsu. That voice, Erza thought, her surprise evident on her face. Naruto. The tower shuddered in time with the chuckling voice. Yep, that would be me. In the flesh, so to speak. His tone came off as confused, matching the feelings of the others in the room. Let me see here. Got it. The light given off by the tower faded by a fraction and a mesmerizing show of light motes danced from every nook and cranny of the cavern, gathering into a shapeless form before Erza, Natsu, and the unconscious form of Jello, along with Simon who had moved to join them. The flecks of light continued to dance and sway in the air before settling on a form and becoming solid. Naruto grinned at them mischievously upon seeing their awestruck expressions, though he couldn't blame them. Pretty cool, right? He asked rhetorically. He knew that it was cool. It was him, after all. Naruto, Simon began, at loss for words from the events of the past few minutes. He had been prepared to lay down his life for Erza in an effort to allow her and Natsu to escape. Instead, that strange sensation of nothingness. That wasn't like any sort of teleportation magic I've ever heard of. What did you do, Naruto? What happened to you? He asked instead. What's up with that peculiar form? Naruto grinned meekly, his hand rising to rub the back of his head nervously. Yeah, about that. The tower shook violently without warning, and Naruto scowled in response. Damn it, we're just about out of time, he mumbled to himself, though Erza still heard his words. Out of time? What are you talking about? She asked suspiciously. Naruto was acting strangely, even if she ignored the fact that he was glowing, his behavior indicated something she couldn't quite put her finger on. What's going on, Naruto? She asked, even as the tower continued to rumble and shake. He frowned at her question before replying. It's impossible, even by magical standards, for this much ethernano to remain in one place for long. Even as we speak, the tower is attempting to shake itself apart and release the magic energy back into the atmosphere. His expression turned grim. As it is, only my willpower is holding the structure together right now. My body is in stasis inside that crystal over there while my consciousness is working to hold the tower back from exploding, very violently. His gaze drifted to Erza and his eyes locked with hers. The three of you need to escape while I disperse the power myself, otherwise, well, the Etherian has the power to wipe out entire nations. Certainly not something you wanna be caught up in, yeah. Erza's eyes narrowed at his words, and he flinched visibly at her expression. What exactly are you saying? Are you telling me that you expect me to leave my little brother here to let himself get blown up while I make my merry back to Magnolia? Her expression was extremely dark, and Naruto suddenly had the sensation of two beings staring him down. One was his own sister, daring him to confirm her question. The other was a being clad all in black, a ridiculously large and menacing scythe draped lazily over its shoulder, gripped loosely in a single hand. The other was clenched in a fist and extended towards him in the fashion of a thumbs up. It appeared that only Naruto could see the ghostly figure, its hooded form nodding at him slowly. 10 out of 10, it rasped slowly. Best plan ever. With that it faded away and his focus shifted back to Erza. Maybe. Before Erza could offer any form of retort, a portion of the ceiling collapsed, tumbling down and crushing a large portion of the floor with it. Simon and Erza barely managed to keep their feet, whereas Natsu seemed to have resigned himself to another intense episode of motion sickness. There isn't any time to argue. Naruto hissed, and immediately regretted it as a hurt expression flashed across Erza's face. More gently, he continued. Look, there's no guarantee that the tower will explode. I just need to focus on venting the structure safely, and I would be more at ease if you weren't putting yourself at risk here. I'm the only person who can do this because I'm linked to the tower. Don't worry, he smiled that goofy grin of his that showed every tooth in his mouth, his eyes squeezing shut. I'll be right behind you, that's a promise, Erza. Erza still looked unsure, but the tower shuddered again, and any further argument she might have made was shot down. Fine, she huffed, put out by the lack of any other options. You'll be right behind us. You bet. That silly grin of his put her at ease, but there was something bothering her still, though she couldn't put her finger on it. She crossed her arms in an intimidating fashion. You had better. The tower shuddered again, and Naruto snapped his fingers loudly, causing Erza to flinch in surprise. When she opened her eyes, she found herself on the coast of Fury along with Simon, Natsu, and all the others, along with Jello who had surprisingly regained consciousness, though he still couldn't move. He muttered something lowly, so quietly that it was likely that he hadn't intended for anyone else to hear. What the hell are you talking about? Natsu growled, his heightened senses picking up his words just fine. The entire group turned to look at the blue-haired mage with a mix of emotions ranging from wariness to anger, but he spoke anyways. That was foolish of you, Erza. His voice came out hollow, and he sounded nothing like he had in the tower. For a moment, a fraction of a second, Jalal's mind was free of the domineering darkness and he was able to think for himself again. "Didn't you see his eyes?" he asked, as if that one question held the key to unlocking the secrets to the universe. "What are you?" Erza's question was cut off as the sand beneath their feet shifted and all the water along the coast was suddenly drawn away from the shore, like some massive hole had opened in the sea and the water was rushing to fill it. A blinding white light blotted out the horizon, and seconds later the group was thrown from their feet as an impossibly powerful shockwave rocked the ground. It was only thanks to Juvia that the group wasn't washed away as the sea surged forth again, driven by the explosion. As the waters calmed once more, Erza stared blankly out to sea. The tall silhouette of the tower was completely absent from the horizon. "No," she managed a choked whisper. "He said that, he promised me." "Naruto," Natsu grunted in disbelief. Gray started at the implication of their words. "And no way, you don't mean." Lucy collapsed to the ground in shock, caressing Happy in her arms even as a tear slid down her face. "He couldn't really be." "Damn it," Simon shouted, his fists clenched in anger at his own helplessness. "His eyes," Jello muttered again, even as the darkness began to creep back into his mind, and he slipped back into sleep. "He had his eyes closed so you couldn't see him cry." Erza collapsed to her knees, staring forlornly out over the calm coastal waters. Her brother's grave, she thought absently, and couldn't even bother to be surprised when tears rolled down both sides of her face, even from her artificial eye that hadn't shed a tear since the day she had received it. "Naruto, you liar," she muttered, succumbing to her wounds and her grief, and passing into a dreamless sleep. Death ended up being surprisingly anticlimactic. At first, anyway. With the immeasurable power of Etherian fueling his magic, Naruto managed to manipulate his powers in ways he hadn't ever thought possible. For a moment, just a sliver of a second, he honestly believed there wasn't anything he couldn't do. Then the tower decided to be uncooperative, trying to shake itself apart. Impudent, worthless little piece of stone, daring to shake them from their reverie. If the tower was capable of even the barest conscious thought, it would have balked at the sheer ferocity of their rage. How dare that worthless tower decide to fall to pieces just when their power felt so complete? And then they were interrupted, again. And yet, this one set an odd buzzing at the back of their mind, like an itch they hadn't realized they wanted so desperately to scratch. Whispering, mumbling in their ear and addling their mind, a voice. But who would dare speak to one such as them, when they were already plotting sweet annihilation for this crumbling crystal ruin? The nerve, the sheer audacity. When they discovered the source they would. "What the hell am I thinking?" Naruto wondered, his consciousness eclipsing those thoughts. "Where am I? Why can't I?" That worthless tower. Those thoughts hissed from everywhere, and nowhere. "There's nothing here." The tower. He jerked in surprise, or would have if he had a body. Strangely, he could tell that his mind and body weren't together at the moment. He was formless, simply existing in some strange void, with nothing at all as reference. Nothing but his thoughts. The tower, Jello, and Erza. I swear, when I figure out what's happening utter annihilation awaits any that dare imprison one such as us. Naruto could imagine clutching his head in his hands as those thoughts thundered from, where? What the heck is that? And earlier, what was that voice earlier? Heavenly body magic. Another voice. Jello crowed, and pain lanced from somewhere, everywhere. And now he could see again. Jello, pretentious insect, was releasing a sphere, black as the void that had just been his whole world, and flecked with white, like stars in the night sky. It was hauntingly beautiful, Naruto decided. It was also heading straight for Erza and Natsu. And judging by the way it tore apart the tower floor as it went, it definitely wasn't something he could allow to hit. No. What am I supposed to do? He was thankful for his lack of a body, or he would have torn at his hair in despair. That'll kill them for sure. Without warning, Simon stood as a guardian before the attack and Naruto knew without a doubt that if he didn't act, his old friend would die. Simon, no. Damn you Jello, if could get a hold of you right now I would. We will put you in your place, you mongrel. The thoughts took hold of him, and he would have called what happened next an out-of-body experience if he felt like being ironic. Instead he simply demanded Jello pay, and with the barest thought and a flicker of magic, Jello found himself the victim of his own attack. One such as you are not worthy of the gifts you possess, Black Wizard's thrall. Perhaps we should use this tower's paltry stores of ethernano to craft ourselves a worthy vessel, and express our displeasure personally, you insignificant little, Ga. What the hell? Wahoo the, how did they switch places? Who are you? Naruto demanded, wrenching back control from them. Silence greeted him, and his attention was quickly diverted to the three remaining wizards who were clearly as confused by the situation as him. No way. Simon and Jello were really Jello and Simon. Right, some more confused than others. A slight pressure settled in the back of his mind, and his voice began to echo from every corner of the crumbling cavern, words pouring from his mind without his consent. You will thank us for this later. Given that you survive, that is. Everything after that was blur of action to Naruto. He watched as his body formed out of light and talked with the others using words that weren't his own, and he wanted so badly to scream when he promised Erza he would be right behind them once they departed. The tower was going to self-destruct, no two ways about it. He hated seeing Erza being lied to, especially from his own mouth, and yet, the farther they were from this place when it did go off, the better. Even with the thoughts in control of his pseudo-body, he couldn't stop the tears that threatened to pour down his face. Quit your damnable blubbering, they hissed, shocking him into obedience. We have had enough of this. And with a snap of his fingers, Erza, Simon, Natsu and Jello were gone. Unable to react to their disappearance, his body suddenly dissolved before his eyes and he found himself lying on the ground, his mind back in his own body. He managed to force himself to stand, his legs managing to pull a passable imitation of jelly and concrete at the same time. He gazed warily at the remains of the tower around him. To call it a total wreck would be generous. Damn, Natsu, you have gotten stronger, he mumbled appreciatively. A rather sizable chunk of the ceiling came crashing down about 2 meters away from him. Considering the preceding events of the day, he didn't even deign to be annoyed at it. Still definitely lacking in the finesse department, he murmured fondly. Are you done? Naruto blinked owlishly in surprise. Oh, well, crap. And here I thought you might be, you know. A different kind of voice in your head. No such luck. Who are you then? He whispered. And what have you done with the biju? Oh, grown on you a bit, have they? Fear not, destructive one. They're in here, somewhere. The blonde growled weakly. I'm starting to get annoyed at you. His head throbbed lightly in time with their voice chuckling in his head. And what do you plan on doing about it? Will you make your way in here and face us on a field of our own choosing? Many things you are, but an idiot has yet to be added to the list. So, what do you want, then? And what was with all of those things you were saying earlier? They were silent for a short time, and finally spoke again just as Naruto began to feel oppressed by the sudden quiet. We wish for your survival. Clearly you need all the aid we can render. As for our identity, it confuses us to say that we are unaware. We simply exist, and in regards to our words earlier, well, we cannot be held responsible for our actions in the heat of the moment. It has been a very short time since we came to be after all. Right, I'll pretend I understand what you're saying. He grumbled lowly. Even with them being forthcoming, he still knew next to nothing. So, anyways, what's the plan for getting out of this tower before it goes kaput? In regards to our exit strategy, they trailed off in a worrying manner. Why don't I like the sound of this? Without any sort of warning, no shuddering or creaking, or anything else of the sort, the tower glowed as brightly as the sun, and seemingly just as hot. Well, he managed to choke out in spite of the heat as the explosion engulfed his body. I was right, I don't like this, and the oppressive light faded to black. After what seemed like an eternity, Naruto managed to force his eyes open, though he'd be hard-pressed to recall when he had closed them in the first place. The sight that greeted him was mildly confusing. The blonde also found it to be very annoying. I guess I'm gonna need to cut back on my sleep if it's gonna become a habit for me to wake up nowhere. He groused to himself. Much like when he had awoken inside the tower, Naruto seemed to be simply floating in the middle of nothing, with nothing stretching on for as far as his eyes could follow. Unlike when he had woken up in the tower, his surroundings were much brighter, soothing even. He was even too tempted to say he felt. Oh. He acknowledged the fact that his being at peace could mean that he was literally at peace, but, Erza is gonna kill me if I died. He shuddered. He could already see the swords flying at him. Well, that is quite the predicament you've found yourself in. The feeling of peace was gone now. Guess I'm not that dead after all if you're still here, scary voice. He didn't bother keeping his response silent. It wasn't as if anyone were around to question the sanity of a young man talking to himself. Indeed, we are still present within your mind, though we are unaware if that guarantees you are alive. We are bound to you. The bond may very well be of the everlasting variety. Great. Now instead of 9 voices with varying degrees of ability to annoy me, I have one voice that can apparently take control of my body instead. I'm not even gonna talk about the fact that you are a teensy bit bloodthirsty. Now that he was away from the tower and all of the drama that had ensued within it, Naruto found that his current situation was definitely not ideal. And he didn't like that. Add to that, apparently the two of us are stuck together for all eternity if your guess is right, and judging by our surroundings, eternity is gonna be a long time coming. I think I'm going to die of boredom, if I'm not already dead. Of course, the universe in all its glory decided to prove him wrong. No sooner had the words left his mouth, his surroundings melted away and were replaced by a cloudy sky, pouring rain. His gaze followed the water's path downward and he found himself floating well above a cemetery. One he knew quite well. There wasn't an inch of ground that was left to be seen from his angle of view, since the entire area save for the graves was occupied by the members of Fairy Tail. For a moment, just a moment, he thought that perhaps he was viewing events from the past he hadn't been present for after his departure from the guild. He had left before Listena's funeral, but he knew where she had been buried. Perhaps the universe was going to let him witness the important trials his friends had faced when he ran away 2 years ago. He watched as Makarov stepped forward from the confines of the crowd, the only person he could identify in the sea of morning black, and his heart ached to see his surrogate grandfather in so much pain. It was well known just how deeply he cared for the members of the guild. Naruto listened carefully as Makarov began to speak. Life. The old man paused, swallowing roughly as he seemed to struggle to hold himself together. Life, as we all know, can be cruel and unforgiving. The brightest flames are often the ones that find themselves snuffed out far too soon. We are all well aware of the dangers of our chosen profession, but that awareness can in no way prepare us for the shock we feel when one of our loved ones is fated to never come home. Today, we are all gathered not to merely mourn the loss of one of our loved ones. We are here to celebrate their life, and the times they spent with us. To fondly look back on all of the times that their presence fanned our passions to ever greater heights. He tried to shout, but it came out as more of a croak. Makarov pressed on anyways. Today, we are here to celebrate the days that we spent together, as a family. Because that is what they would want us to do in their stead. Not mope around, bawling our eyes out, asking the heavens why they chose to be so cruel. He cried out, and many would have been hard-pressed to determine if he was asking a question or making a statement. They devoted their life to this guild, devoted their life to eternal adventure and fun. They devoted their life to protecting the people around them. That is why, on this sad day, we commemorate this grave marker to one of our own. To one who we hold dearly in our hearts, just as dearly as he held us in his. He grasped a hold of a tarp that Naruto hadn't noticed before and gave it a mighty heave. The crowd gasped, and Naruto stared at the revealed statue, dumbstruck, even as Makarov's words registered in his mind. Just as dearly as he held us within his. The universe has a screwed-up sense of humor, he whispered, shell-shocked. Indeed, far down below him, the newly uncovered statue was not the elegantly carved headstone he had seen at Listena's grave. Instead, it was a statue of him that depicted the one time he had managed to activate the second stage of Kurama's takeover. His eyes were tightly shut in concentration, his lips quirked downwards at the corners. The marks tripling each side of his face were thicker, giving him a more fox-like appearance. Rather than his usual outfit, he wore a thick, richly decorated kimono with 9 magatma sewn carved in the case of the statue into the back. 9 tails hung in the air over his head and shoulders, the tips nearly touching just above his clasped hands from which a faint light, a lacrima, Naruto guessed, was shining. It was an undeniable work of art. However, its masterful presentation and craftsmanship weren't what caused the crowd to gasp. The statue was unmistakably vandalized, covered from tail to toe in countless colors of paint. Makarov nearly stumbled at the sight of it, and the look on his face could only be described as livid. Who would dare? He growled, his grief replaced by rage. As if in answer, laughter echoed throughout the graveyard from above. Naruto's gaze shifted to his side and saw that someone was leaning from the side of the cathedral. His heart broke when he recognized the culprit. Clad in an outfit matching the clothing he would wear on the more dangerous S-class missions the two of them took together, her gorgeous red hair dyed blonde, and a paintbrush in hand, Erza stood unrepentant even as the guild recovered from their shock and stared with a mix of anguish and anger. "Oh no, Erza nay, what happened to you? Erza," Makarov roared, his skin rippling as he fought the urge to transform and throttle her for her actions. "How could you make a mockery of this day? I know how deeply you miss your brother, but the things you're doing. Can it, Gramps? All of you want to sit around and mourn over him, but we never even found his body. He's out there somewhere, and all of you are content to just sit around and cry." She grasped at her chest, her clenched fist resting over her heart. "My brother is alive, but missing. So until he returns, I'm living his life at the guild for him." "No," Natsu's voice cracked through the air like whip, and the entire guild flinched before parting around him as he stormed to the front. Natsu. He looked different. Wild and angry, and dangerous. And all of his anger was zeroed in on Erza. "You aren't Naruto. He's gone, damn it. I don't need some cheap gimmick in his place, I want my brother back." He roared, steam billowing from his body as the rain hissed and popped upon contact with his skin. "I'll be damned if I'm just gonna sit here and let you spit on his sacrifice and his memory." His glare darkened, and even Makarov backed away from him in surprise at the hidden threat in his words. "No, guys, don't fight. Get down here so I can knock some sense into you." Before the situation could escalate further, a massive wall of ice rose between the two, towering over the cathedral and effectively separating them. Atop the wall and glaring down on the two was Gray. Like everyone present, minus Erza, he was clad in black mourning attire. Fully clothed. Gray has changed too. While Gray had always been rather stoic and cold, and less dealing with Natsu, an odd fire was burning in his eyes as he glared down at Erza. "You're crashing your own brother's funeral," he stated without a hint of emotion in his tone. "I suggest you go home and cool off, Erza. I might empathize with what you're going through right now, but I won't hesitate to help Natsu knock some sense into you if this continues." Erza, for her part, looked positively outraged that everyone around her seemed intent on ignoring the possibility that Naruto was still alive somewhere, in desperate need of their help. But she was outnumbered here, and she wanted so badly to just go home and cry herself to sleep again. "You're all a bunch of cowards," she hissed even as her voice cracked. "Naruto is alive out there, I can feel it, you know. When I find him and bring him back home, I'll never forgive any of you for doubting me." And with that she was gone, back to her home in Fairy Hills, leaving the cemetery dead silent again until four members of the council stepped forward from the crowd awkwardly, looking decidedly put out by the turn of events. Councilman Org, a wizened old man with a decorative bird sat atop his head, began speaking. In light of this tragic event and his personal sacrifice in ensuring that the R system would not be activated, coupled with the betrayal of two of our council members, Era hereby declares Naruto Uzumaki as a member of the 10 Wizards Saints due to his valor and strength. The council also appoints him as a permanent honorary member of the council. He trailed off into silence as his gaze roved the crowd to take in the numerous looks of sadness. Dipping his head in shared grief, he turned back to face Makarov. "The wishes of the council aside, I am very truly sorry for your loss, Master Makarov. I only met the boy in passing this past year, but I could tell that he was a mage like no other, with a heart of gold." He quieted again before holding out his hand to Makarov. "I wish your guild the best in the future, and I pray with all my heart that something like this never occurs again. Farewell, Master Makarov." His piece said, the four council members left the guild to mourn. Lucy sat alone in her living room, leaning over her desk forlornly. Despite the fact that the funeral was today, she simply couldn't bring herself to attend. She didn't know what to do with herself. Not even during the war with Phantom had she felt so helpless and useless. Naruto, one of the most powerful, and kindest, wizards she had ever met, was dead due to machinations of a dark mage. Erza, his surrogate sister, a woman she had thought was just as invincible as her brother, was completely broken from the loss. Natsu and Gray had completely cut off their bickering since the destruction of the tower and spent every waking moment of the day training with each other. Natsu said he wasn't strong enough to protect anyone and that as he was now, he didn't deserve to even look for Igneel, let alone see him again. Naruto's words to Natsu on the tower about needing 1,000 years before he could beat him had driven the Dragon Slayer over the edge after his demise, and he hardly ever stopped training anymore. Gray had sworn on Naruto's grave that he would wipe out every creation of Zerf from existence. Naruto's death, coupled with the death of Gray's own teacher and family when he was a child, had given him a new drive. A drive to become more powerful than any demon Zerf could have ever crafted. As for Lucy herself, she was absolutely terrified. She had always told herself that she knew the risks of being a wizard, that she could handle anything the world threw at her. She hadn't expected the world to throw a sucker punch like Naruto's death in response to that belief. How could someone so kind, if supremely annoying half the time, and strong just, die like he had? It wasn't fair. The world was cruel for taking Naruto away from the guild so soon after he had returned. It was cruel for what that loss had done to Natsu and Gray. She never thought she would see the two as serious as they were now. But above all, the world was cruel for what it was doing to Erza. It isn't right, we've already lost Naruto. I don't want to lose Erza too. Even as the thought crossed her mind, her door slammed open without warning, nearly torn from its hinges. From outside strolled Erza. Lucy gasped in surprise. She had hardly seen a trace of the Requip mage since they had broken the news to the guild nearly a week ago, and she certainly looked different than Lucy remembered. What happened to you, Erza? Erza turned to face her, her gaze ominous and penetrating. Happened to me? What on earthland are you talking about, Lucy? There's not a thing in the world bothering me right now. Her words, calm and measured as always, were deeply offset by the way her body trembled as the words left her mouth. Wordlessly, Erza collapsed into one of the chairs that were in the center of Lucy's room. She sat there for a few moments, gazing quietly into space while one of her hands toyed aimlessly with a few strands of her now blonde hair. At length, just when Lucy began to find the silence uncomfortable enough to break it, Erza spoke. Despite my brother's current status as missing, she paused meaningfully, giving Lucy a measured look that practically dared her to disagree. The master is still set on continuing the plans for Fairy Tale's performance in the Fantasia Parade in Magnolia's Harvest Festival. During the day prior, namely tomorrow, the guild will be hosting a number of events for the amusement of its members. The Miss Fairy Tale pageant, for example. She trailed off into silence as she watched Lucy begin to gush in excitement over the thought of winning the contest, and the prize money. She stated in embarrassment after her outburst. What about you, Erza? Will you be participating? A part of Lucy truly hoped that she would. Something like that could very well be the first step Erza needed to take in recovering the loss of her brother. The other part, however, hoped that she wouldn't participate. Lucy doubted she would be able to stand against the popular S-class mage. Erza huffed irritably in response to the question. At first I was set on crashing the pageant in a spectacular display, involving several gallons of tar, a few dozen pounds of glitter, steel wire, and a few other choice items. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anyone willing to sell me 200 pounds of high-grade fireworks on such short notice. She mumbled petulantly. So, against my better judgment, I will be taking part in the festivities, along with the parade at the end. Besides, when Naruni comes home, he'd be disappointed if I let his disappearance cause me to end my winning streak that I started back when we first joined the guild. She finished matter-of-factly. Thank goodness, Lucy thought with a shudder. I'd rather lose the contest to her than be subjected to whatever that sadistic mind of hers had cooked up. She frowned slightly at another thing Erza had said that seemed to be sticking in the back of her head. How should I bring this up? I'll need to be subtle. Erza, Lucy said, catching the woman's attention. What exactly is it that makes you so sure that Naruto is still alive, anyway? The tumbled from her lips with all the tact and grace of Natsu ballroom dancing. On a moving train, and judging by the cracks forming on the edges of the coffee table where Erza's fist was clenched, she most certainly did not appreciate Lucy's concern. "I'll see you tomorrow at the pageant, Lucy," she stated brusquely, rising to her feet woodenly before she fled from the room, slamming the door closed behind her. Lucy cradled her head in her arms after she watched her friend's departure, and couldn't help breaking down in tears after she realized how cold and senseless her question must have come off. "I'm so sorry, Erza. I didn't mean it like that. I miss him too, you know," she sobbed to herself. Unseen by the two, after bearing witness to the drama that had unfolded, Naruto's spirit shook its head sadly before drifting from the room to find a quiet place to think before the pageant the following day. "You know what, creepy voice. I think I liked it better when we were stuck nowhere." The entity within his mind hummed in agreement, and the two fell into a companionable silence as they waited for the sun to set and rise the next day. Unknown to either of them, they'd be bearing witness to much more than a mere beauty contest the following day. The fairy tale battle royale was on the horizon. Meanwhile, on the far side of Magnolia, near the Fairy Hills complex, Erza had an unexpected encounter with her old friend Simon, who was returning from a summons from the Magic Council. After the destruction of the tower and Naruto's death, Simon had taken it upon himself, along with Erza's accompaniment, to ensure that Jello was taken into custody by the authorities. Jello was now in a secure council facility, his exact whereabouts unknown by any single member of the council. After the discovery that his supposed twin brother Seagrain had in actuality been a thought projection of Jello, the council had essentially cleaned house, with several of the long-standing members resigning in shame of their own short-sightedness. The new council had the knowledge of the Dark Mage's location divided into coded coordinates that had to be decoded and triangulated to even come within 20 miles of the specially made prison. From that point, any would-be jailbreakers would need guide to lead them through the treacherous terrain that led to said prison, not to mention the guards of the prison, who were all capable wizards hand-picked by the council to ensure that the prisoners would be annihilated rather than risk their escape. These measures, in the eyes of Erza, could have very easily been brushed aside. Unfortunately, the council had ignored her demand that Jello be put to death for his crimes and the disappearance of her brother. One of the less tactful council members had at that point stated that Jalal's death would not bring her own brother back to life. After handily throttling the man within an inch of his life, Erza had firmly stated that her brother was alive, this being the first instance of her belief. So now, nearly a week after that particular fiasco, Simon found himself face to face with a very different Erza from the one that had left him to deal with the council alone. "Erza," he gasped in surprise, his heart wrenching in his chest upon seeing her sorry state. "Wah! Simon," she cut him off sharply, a terrifying mix of her own malice and Naruto's borrowed mischief dancing in her eyes. "I promise, if you ask what happened to me, you will be in for a world of pain, the likes of which even Master Makarov would shudder at the mere mention of." "Okay," she finished, her voice an impressive mix of sugary sweetness and venom. Simon nodded mutely. "I'm glad we understand each other," she whispered, more to herself. Her features morphed, and a smile crossed her face that Simon recalled seeing Naruto wear just before the tower was destroyed. "So, how have you been?" In the face of Erza's overwhelming sadness at the fact Naruto was missing, and her valiant effort to put on a brave face, Simons felt his heart throb painfully in his chest. "I'm so sorry that you of all people would be going through this, Erza." "Well," he said instead, "the council has assured me that we'll never be bothered by Jello EV." He paused when he saw Erza's body stiffen with a hiss. "Don't talk to me about him," she growled, and from the wild, vulnerable look in her eyes, Simon felt himself shatter all over again as a cold truth settled over him. He had received correspondence from Master Makarov during his time at Era, and had been kept up to date of the status of all of the guild members that had been present at the tower. That included Erza's brazen refusal to believe that Naruto wasn't going to come barging into the guild hall any day now. But after seeing that look in her usually kind and strong eyes, he saw something that only a person that had known as a child would recognize. Erza was well aware that Naruto was dead. The very fiber of her being simply couldn't compute that knowledge, and therefore her mind refuted it. "Right, of course, that was insensitive of me." He gestured placatingly at her with both arms, smiling sadly. She didn't seem to recognize the nature of his smile, because she smiled right back at him, happy for the change of subject. As I said, I've been well. The council actually offered me a position as an apprentice to one of the counselors that was present at the, guild gathering today. Councilman Org, although I don't know if you'd recognize his name. Erza nodded happily at his success in making his way in the world after his hard life at the tower. Finally, someone I can talk to that won't badger me about Naruto. I knew I could count on you, Simon. Simon, unaware of her thoughts, was simply thankful that she hadn't seemed to notice his near slip about the funeral. That's wonderful news, she chirped, a small sliver of her old self shining through her depression-fueled facade. I'm very happy for you. When will you begin working with them? I'll be leaving shortly after the Harvest Festival. Wouldn't want to miss you winning the Miss Fairy Tale competition after all. From what the rumor mill around the guild said, you've got a winning streak to continue. He said good-naturedly. Her smile became slightly forced at the thought of having fun right now, but Simon didn't seem to notice, or didn't mind. I doubt he means anything by it, but I just can't even wrap my mind around the idea of celebrating much of anything right now. Well, I had a wonderful time talking with you, Simon, she said awkwardly, and before he knew what was happening she had engulfed him in a brief hug. Before he could react, she was already halfway down the street towards Fairy Hills. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Simon. Thank you for talking with me. Thanks for treating me like normal, went the unspoken message. Simon smiled dumbly as he watched her leave, unsure of how to react to the flurry of emotions in his chest at the brief display of affection. Chill out, you fool. All friends hug, and right now, all Erza needs is my friendship and support. Still, Simon couldn't quite shake the feeling that he honestly didn't know what exactly he had done to make Erza hug him. Ah well, no use mulling it over. And no use complaining about it either, he thought with a dreamy smile. I'm probably reading too much into anyways. The village of Blatt was rather unassuming. Smaller than most medium-sized towns, but a good deal larger than the average hamlet that dotted the continent of Ishgar, it was a cozy place that anyone would happily call home. The people were friendly, the atmosphere warm and comfortable, and the trees that surrounded it on all sides made for a picturesque, quaint image that any artist would be happy to put to paper or canvas. People from all walks of life gathered and settled down within the confines of Blatt, soldiers and mercenaries of little renown looking for a gentler clime to raise a family, scholars wanting to escape the hustle and bustle of large cities, and of course, as was common in the small nation of Fury, wizards hoping to retire. Two such folks were Minato Namikaze, formerly hailed as the Yellow Flash of the now-defunct Fire Shadow Mage Guild, and his lovely wife Kushina Uzumaki, known as the Golden Manacle of the same guild. After several years of happy service to their guild, the guild master had passed away and announced in his will that the guild would be disbanded so that its members could go their own way in the world. Minato and Kushina took this as a sign that it was time to settle and make use of the sizable pooled fortune to raise a family of their own. A few years later, they were ecstatic to bring a young boy with golden blonde hair and blue eyes into their lives, and together the two successful magic users raised their son to be a fine wizard. Rather than the once lively little village of Blatt, home to people from every walk of life, Naruto's bleary-eyed gaze was glued to the gutted, burned-out husk of his childhood home. The ruins of the formerly happy town were strewn about around him in much the same manner they had been when he last saw it years ago. In fact, if he focused, he could almost see. That's an awfully unhealthy habit you're about to form there, kid. The voice was familiar, so much so that it physically pained him to recall the source. Naruto turned slowly and took in the sight of his godfather, looking much the same as he always had when he was younger. A wild mane of white hair fell down his back, held out of his face by way of a simple metal-plated headband with the kanji for Gamma carved into its face. Red face paint trailed from his eyes down his cheekbones, a mark of his title as a sage, recognized by the magical toads that partnered with him as their voice in the world of humans. His clothing was an odd getup of olive green and garish red that he somehow managed to make work, along with a pair of old-fashioned Geta sandals on his feet. The two stared at each other for mere seconds that seemed to stretch into eternity, neither willing to break eye contact. Naruto was the one to break the silence. "Where were you, that night?" To the trained eye, the grimace that passed over the man's face was as fleeting as the wind. The child wizard never noticed it, nor the pain that flashed in the older man's eyes. Unfortunately, I had business with the council. By the time word reached me about what had occurred here, it was already days too late. He frowned mightily, weighing whether he should continue before shrugging noncommittally to himself. It's hard for word to get around when there aren't any survivors to do the telling. The boy tensed at what his mind registered as a callous dismissal of the tragedy that had occurred here, before thinking better of it. His godfather spoke the truth, regardless of whether or not it hurt his feelings to hear it. The two lapsed back into another uncomfortable silence, this time with Naruto unwilling to meet the man's eyes. The sage's eyes softened somewhat at the defeated posture of his godson. He sidled up to the boy smoothly and ruffled his hair gently before kneeling to draw him into a hug that was quickly returned. "Damn it, kid, I've been looking all over the place for you. Your godmother isn't going to be too happy, knowing you've just been wandering the countryside since you escaped." He pulled back and looked at Naruto seriously. "You should have come looking for us." The blonde smiled in apology, but shook his head in the negative. "I had a friend that I needed to look after, but she's safe now." His own face now mirrored his godfather's in seriousness. "I need your help, Uncle Jiraiya. I need help getting stronger so that I can go back and protect all of my friends." His expression wavered and grew somewhat gloomy. "I don't want to lose anyone else." Jiraiya nodded solemnly, ruffling the boy's hair again. "All right, kiddo," he stated as he stood. "I guess you should consider yourself lucky that I took an extended leave of absence from the council before I came to find you. Let's go. Tsunade's waiting at home for us." The storm clouds that had dominated the sky the previous day had given way to clear blue skies. The entire town of Magnolia was out in force, pure excitement thrumming in the air in anticipation for the Harvest Day Festival and the Fantasia Parade that would be its grand finale. Laxus, as he gazed quietly upon his fellow blonde powerhouse's grave, couldn't help the errant thought that the mood was far too jovial for his tastes, all things considered. "Ah, so you were here after all." His grandfather made his presence known behind him, and Laxus grudgingly admitted to himself that he was impressed that despite his old age, the old man could still mask his presence well enough to sneak up on him. Laxus grunted in response, his eyes never wandering from the clasped hands of the grave marker. Silence reigned in the graveyard, heavy enough to weigh upon the old man's shoulders before the younger of the two Dreyars spoke. "I wanted him to take the reins of the guild after you stepped down, did you know that? I figured if I wasn't a worthy successor, then I would be alright with someone like him being in charge." His fists clenched at his sides, the air around him crackling with electricity. Too kind by far, but he knew when to throw down and how to make the tough calls during a job. "I never told you that I saw him a few times these past 2 years." It wasn't a question, and though he wouldn't see it, Makarov shook his head in the negative. "The Raijenshu and I were on an S-class quest from the council to do some information gathering on a few dark guilds. There were 4 in total, so we split up. It was a sound strategy, we weren't planning on fighting, just recon. But they knew, and we all got captured. Clever bastards were working together, just like the council thought." Makarov nodded. "Your report said as much. I take it your account of your escape was doctored." Laxus chuckled mirthlessly. "We didn't escape the dark guilds. They escaped him. We'd been held for nearly a week, and they had no problem with roughing us up. We usually stay out of contact with the guild for months at a time, so we weren't expecting help anytime soon, but then the guild we were being held in, I've never seen so much fire in my life. The dark wizards were running around in a panic, and nothing they did would put the fire out." His voice took on a quality of awe. Then he just formed inside the flames and stepped out. His skin was white as snow, and he had on some strange sort of blue armor. He shook his head in disbelief of his own memories. His hair was black and blue fire with feline ears forming from the sides of his head, and he was wreathed in the same flames that were tearing the guild down around us. I only recognized him because of the 2 tails he had that seemed to turn everything they touched to ash. "So Naruto saved you?" Makarov asked in surprise. "How did he even know you were captured?" "I never asked, and he never mentioned it," Laxus admitted with a shrug. "I tried to convince him to come back with us, but he said he wasn't strong enough yet." Laxus trailed off into silence in a fashion that Makarov felt was very much not Laxus-like. The air around his grandson crackled dangerously again as he finally turned to face Makarov. Speaking of not being strong enough, he trailed off into deadly silence again. Bah, you'll learn soon enough. The younger Dreyar locked eyes with the elder. I think it's about time you retired, old man. And with that, he disappeared in a flash of electricity and a thunderclap. Alone in the graveyard, Makarov felt a shiver go down his spine as he thought on his grandson's parting barbs. What are your intentions, Laxus? Giving the graves of two of his lost children a parting nod, Makarov made his way back to the guild hall, to hopefully bury himself in the festivities of the day and distract himself from how old he was feeling these days. Lucy, must I tell you again? This is completely pointless. Visiting an empty grave, for someone that hasn't even died. It's a waste of time. Erza huffed in annoyance. She had already agreed to participate in the Miss Fairy Tale pageant like she would any other year, but now found herself being all but dragged to her brother's supposed final resting place. Lucy refused to make eye contact with her self-made blonde friend. Yeah, I know, I just wanted to, see the statue. Yeah, I heard it was really well done. What did you think of it, Erza? She spoke quickly, hoping to distract the other young woman. In truth, she wanted to pay her final respects to the fallen mage. Unlike Erza, Lucy couldn't even begin to imagine how anyone, even someone as strong as Naruto was lauded to be, could survive an explosion like the one that had consumed the tower. And even if he had, by some miracle, escaped the blast, why hadn't he come home? The celestial mage hoped that by visiting the grave on an occasion other than the day of the funeral, Erza might be somewhat mollified in her stark denial of reality. Judging from her dark muttering, the plan was flawed, as it had not taken into account Erza's unshakable faith in her brother. He looked so serious back then, Erza whispered quietly. He never looked so serious before, but after he did that transformation, short as it was, something changed about him. Her posture straightened and she smirked in a decidedly Naruto-like fashion. I didn't like him looking so grim, so I brightened up the statue before it was revealed, though someone's probably cleaned it up by now. She muttered a bit glumly. As if on cue, the cemetery came into sight, and the two women fell silent in respect for graves around them. Ahead of the two, nearly dominating the far side of cemetery, stood what Lucy easily recognized as what had to be Naruto's grave marker. He does look pretty serious, but, wow, he looks so strong like that. Erza, she whispered, what was it like, back when Naruto transformed into that? The natural blonde swore she saw a mixed pride and fear flash over Erza's face at the question, but it was gone before she could be sure. I wish I could read people better, she lamented to herself. Erza speaking drew her from her thoughts. It was equal parts exhilarating and terrifying. She said matter-of-factly. He had already managed a stage 2 transformation for the Eight Tails a handful of times, and the others before it as well. Obviously, each one is more powerful than the previous, but nothing prepared us for the sheer pressure that was being exuded by the strongest of the tailed beasts. She nearly smiled at the memory. Poor master was drinking while he observed, and I thought the poor man would never get all of the alcohol out of his lungs. The force of Naruto's magic saturating the training field we were in almost made him choke. She recalled fondly. The transformation only lasted for a few minutes, but in that moment I knew that Naruto had the potential to become greater than any of us. Her expression grew stormy. That's why I can't stand the fact that everyone has written him off as dead so easily. She growled. Naruto is way too strong for even the full force of Etherian to keep him down. She nearly shouted, but caught herself when she remembered where she was and who she was with. Sorry, Lucy, I know you came here to hear. She very openly grimaced. Pay your respects. I'll meet you back at the guild hall. Hope you're prepared to lose. She tossed absently over her shoulder as she left. Watching as Fairy Tale's strongest female wizard made her way out of the cemetery, Lucy frowned softly. How sad, she admitted to herself. That talking about her brother seems to be the only thing that makes her forget about him, even for a little bit. Her eyes shifted to rest on the statue looming over her. If by some crazy chance you are still out there, somewhere, for her sake, please come home soon, Naruto. She ducked her head awkwardly in respect for the fallen mage before she too left for the guild. She was in for a long day. Longer than she could expect. Naruto would never admit it, but he was happy to see the pageant. It was just so, fairy tale. Sure, tensions were still a little high, but it was clear that everyone present was trying to make the day fun like it always had been in the past. Kana had started off the show with her usual flair, a bit of card magic, and voila, she was drawing in the crowd with her swimsuit. Up next was a new but also familiar face from the events at the tower. Huh, so that Juvia girl joined after all. That's nice, Naruto murmured to himself as he watched the acts go on. Juvia had of course dedicated her entire act to her wondrous, Gray-sama. Single quote. Following her was one of the crowd favorites, Miragen herself. Her act, while inspired, left the crowd mostly gawking in horror when she used her transformation magic to change her own head into Happy's, followed by "Who's that guy?" Naruto wondered. It was easy to see the resemblance between Myra's transformation and another man in the crowd. His wild black hair and the piercings that dotted his face were hard to miss. Another person joined while I was drifting around. Drifting being his way of referring to his time in the void. Naruto focused on the man for the next few acts, gauging his reactions to guild members around him. He seemed lost, somewhat. Like he didn't know what to make of the people making a ruckus around him. He also seemed to be somewhat distant, but he seems alright, I guess. Strong too, if what I'm feeling is any judge. Ah, darn, he grumbled. I must have missed Erza's act. Lucy was listed to go last. Why is she dressed like a cheerleader? As if in answer, Lucy went on to explain to the crowd that she was going to do a cheer routine with her celestial spirits. Naruto couldn't help smiling. That was such a Lucy thing to do. Entry number 8. A feminine voice announced over the loudspeaker. The host of the contest, Max, looked down at his own microphone in surprise. Nobody else should have access to the speakers. Hey, no fair, Lucy shouted at the unknown announcer. I'm not done appealing to the crowd yet. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as the mystery woman stepped out onto the stage, then narrowed the moment he recognized her. It's not very often she comes to the guild, and never alone. What are you up to? If you want a fairy, then you want me. The green-clad brunette announced to the crowd matter-of-factly. If you want beauty, then you want me. She chuckled prettily behind the hand fan that covered a portion of her face. Indeed, I am all that you want. The winner of this contest is obviously me, Evergreen. Evergreen, Gray muttered, his body tensed in surprise. Elfman himself was visibly sweating. What on earth is she doing here? He wondered out loud. From his place at the front of the audience, Makarov couldn't help the sinking feeling in his stomach. Something was about to go horribly wrong. Hey, Lucy growled to the newcomer. You can wait your turn just like everyone else, lady. It's good manners. Evergreen's brow twitched ever so slightly in annoyance, her free hand idly drifting to her glasses. How uncouth, she grumbled, but the smirk on her face was unmistakable. Lucy, Gray shouted from his place in the crowd. Whatever you do, don't look her in the eyes. Naruto watched from his own place above the audience as the celestial mage, in true Lucy fashion, quirked her eyebrow in confusion before staring directly into the eyes of Evergreen. The green-clad woman's eyes flashed subtly, and Lucy was turned to stone before the eyes of the entire audience. Max stumbled back in shock before turning to the gathered onlookers. Oh man, this is bad. Everyone, please hurry and escape. Without any further invitation, the entirety of the audience turned as one and fled to the entrance of the hall, leaving only the members of Fairy Tail to remain. Evergreen, Makarov growled lowly. Just what do you think you're doing? With everything that's happened these past few weeks, are you trying to crash this festival as well? Completely unaffected by his dangerous temper, Evergreen simply chuckled as the stage curtain rose behind her. Well, what is a festival without a real contest, The sight that met their eyes nearly drove several of the wizards to their knees. Behind the curtain, the other Miss Fairy Tail contestants had all been turned to stone as well. Mira nay, Elfman gasped, while Happy cried out in surprise at his side. And Erza too. Levi-chan, Jet and Droy shouted in horror. All of them, turned to stone. Why, what are you trying to do with this? Naruto wondered, only his ethereal state saving Evergreen from his wrath at seeing the state of all of his friends. You fool, return them to normal at once. Makarov grit his teeth in exertion, finding it difficult to keep his anger and magic at bay. Naruto had been taken not even 2 weeks ago, plus Laxus' grave words earlier in the day. Now this. Makarov felt himself losing control of his temper. Before he could focus, a bright light and a crackling sound came from above. A crack of thunder sounded, and Laxus now stood at the center of the stage flanked by 2 men, along with Evergreen who remained near the statues. One of the new arrivals Naruto easily recognized as Fried Justine, a letter mage of no small amount of skill, as well as Bixlo, a mage that specialized in Seath or black magic, namely human possession, which was more commonly thought of as the manipulation of souls. The appearance of the 3 set the entire guild hall on edge as Laxus gazed down imperiously at Makarov. Fried himself looked bored with entire situation, and Evergreen couldn't have stopped smirking even if she had tried. Bixlo on the other hand, much to Naruto's surprise, was staring directly at Naruto, an eerie green glow behind his helmet that Naruto recognized as his figure eyes, a form of eye magic that allowed him to actually see souls the same way an average person could see the flame of a candle. Judging by the slight downward quirk of his lips and his rather tense posture, it seemed to Naruto that Bixlo had recognized him, or rather, his soul, and was rather uncomfortable to see him in the hall. The masked wizard moved to speak to Laxus, probably to tell him about the unexpected development, but Makarov's anger had reached the boiling point. Laxus, what is the meaning of this? Why are you all appearing here like this all of a sudden? Laxus grinned viciously, his gaze traveling over the gathered wizards. Like I said this morning, old man, I think it's about time you retired and passed the reins over to me. Listen up, all of you, he shouted, ensuring he had their full, undivided attention. Bixlo fell back to his former position, set on speaking to Laxus later. I've been doing some thinking lately, and the recent war we had with Phantom, along with other, more recent events, he sighed, steeling himself. It's pretty apparent that this guild is weak, and so are most of its members. Many in the crowd growled and booed at that statement, but Laxus waved them off and continued. You guys disagree? Well, he chuckled darkly. How about we look at the facts then? If there wasn't any doubt that Fairy Tail was the strongest guild, Phantom would have never dared to attack us in the first place. Even then, our counterattack was crushed because the old man went down. We shouldn't be so reliant on our master to pull our asses of the fire. Don't get it twisted. We retreated because we were worried about master's health, not because we were scared. That's why you're weak. You should have been more concerned with putting those weaklings in Phantom in their place. The old man shouldn't have tried to do what he couldn't, Laxus stated, eliciting even more grumbling from the guild. The lightning mage sighed again. Believe whatever you want, but I've got evidence of weakness that none of you clowns can argue with. You all probably know what I'm talking about. A familiar head of pink hair shoved its way to the head of the group, glaring up at Laxus with an unreadable expression. Gray followed him closely, his own expression dark as he looked at the blonde. I dare you to finish that thought. Natsu growled, the veins on his arms visible as he clenched his fists tightly. His anger was visible as steam poured from his scalding body, at odds with the severe drop in temperature caused by Gray's own. Guild member or not, we're not just gonna let you talk bad about Naruto. He was the best out of all of us, and you know it. Gray nearly spat out. You're damn right he was. Laxus admitted, his scowl softening. You'll get no argument from me. Naruto was by far the best wizard in this guild. Natsu and Gray faltered in their righteous fury, confused. Then what the hell are you? Natsu was stopped cold when a lightning-covered fist drove into his gut, sending him careening to the back of the hall to collide with a number of benches. He didn't even move to get back up. Hey, what do you hurk? Gray choked out, Laxus' vice-like grip cutting off his question. It's you two little brats that I've got a problem with, he snarled. Laxus, put him down. I won't allow you to just attack members of our family. Makarov shouted, holding back a wince when an odd pain lanced through his chest. Stow it, old man. His grandson said icily. Facts are facts. Naruto would still be with us today if these two weren't so weak. The entire guild hall went dead silent at his proclamation. Gray looked absolutely horrified by his words, while Makarov tensed visibly at the unexpected reasoning of his wayward family. Laxus leaned in close, bringing his mouth to Gray's ear. This sense of utter disappointment I'm feeling right now as I look at you, it sickens me to say that this is probably what Naruto felt as he died, knowing his family was too weak to help him. He locked furious gray eyes with the Ice Mage's own dark blue. You and Natsu make me sick, playing at being real wizards. Laxus stated, tossing Gray onto the ground before walking back onto the stage, every eye riveted to him. To weed out the weak trash that seems to make up the majority of my guild, I'm proposing a contest of strength. A free-for-all battle royale, with the entirety of Magnolia as the arena. Now, some of you weak-willed sheep are probably thinking, why on Earthland would I want to put what meager skills I have on display, knowing my performance will be found lacking? The answer is simple. He leaned onto Lucy's statue, draping his arm over her shoulders. If you want these lovely ladies to be freed, you're gonna have to make us release them, right Evergreen? The brunette grinned at the entire crowd, none of them willing to meet her gaze for fear of her stone eyes. Right, Laxus-sama, as for the rules of this little contest, you'll have 3 hours to find and defeat Laxus-sama, as well as Freed, Bixlow, and myself. Otherwise, well, magic is so complicated, there's just no telling what could happen if they remain in that state for too long. She chuckled prettily, though the effect was ruined by her devilish grin. Though the most likely outcome is that they'll die. The battle begins, Laxus announced, drowning out the shouts of outrage and shock of the guild. Now, with that, the four disappeared from the stage, leaving the horrified members of Fairy Tail behind. Within moments, confusion turned to anger, which turned to steely resolve as the entirety of the guild rushed into the streets of Magnolia, prepared to rescue the petrified members of the guild at any cost. Laxus, this is wrong. Naruto wouldn't have wanted this. Makarov thought sadly, making his way to the doorway as well in an effort to put a stop to this madness, only to be met with an invisible wall just before the doors. He fell backwards onto his rear in surprise, confused until red runes appeared where he had met the obstacle. Damn it, Freed, Makarov grumbled as he read the words displayed before him. Those who are above the age of 80 shall not pass this point. Those who are stone statues shall not pass this point. Read us, he called out to the larger, cowering mage. I know you are frightened, but I must ask you to journey to the eastern forest and beg Perliuzica to come here. Perhaps she can find a cure for this petrification. All right, master, you can count on me. The older wizard nodded resolutely. I know I can read us. You're a fairy tale wizard, after all. Now hurry, we need Perliuzica back here as quickly as possible. The rotund man shot of the guild as quickly as he could, making his way to the east forest of Magnolia. After watching Ritas disappear down the street, Makarov turned his gaze to Natsu, who was just now rousing after Laxus' surprise attack. On your feet, boy. The guild needs you out there, you're one of the only ones strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the Raijenshu. Grr, the Pinkett growled as he lifted himself to his feet. Oh, don't you worry, Gramps. For all the crap Laxus said, plus attacking me out of nowhere, you can bet I won't just take that lying down. He shot off from his position, making a beeline for the entrance. Don't you worry your balding head, old man. With my nose, there's no way those bastards can hide from. Without preamble, Natsu was flung back from the entrance much like Makarov, the same message floating before their eyes. The hell, I ain't no statue, and I'm sure hell not as old as you. Why can't I leave? In his anger, Natsu took to battering the barrier with his fists, to no effect. Calm down, Natsu. There's no pointing blowing your top now. Perhaps there's simply a glitch with the barrier, or perhaps your magic is reacting oddly with it. Makarov pondered. What does my magic have to do with it? Natsu paused in his battle with the impervious barrier, his anger nearly forgotten in his confusion. Well, you say you were raised and trained by a dragon, right? I'd imagine he was probably pretty old, at least by human standards. Maybe, since he taught you his magic, a bit of his essence was passed on to you during that time, so the barrier is simply reading you as older than 80. Although if that were the case, it ought to have affected Gajil as well, he added, more to himself. Someone call me. The aforementioned wizard called from his position beneath the bar. You're still here, Makarov shouted in surprise when the studded youth rose into view, his mouth full of scraps of scrap. Meh, he commented offhandedly. Figured I'd have a little snack before I went out there and started bashing skulls, you know. Guess I must have drifted off, until Salamander's girly screaming woke me up, that is. He grinned when he saw that his words had an effect on the pink-haired slayer. What's your excuse? Trying to keep from getting thrashed by Sparky again. Rather than fly off the handle like Makarov expected, Natsu merely growled at Gajil's insinuation. Nah, scrap for brains, the barrier won't let me through, says I'm too old. Gramps thinks it might be since I'm a dragon slayer, why don't you give it a shot? The Iron Dragon Slayer blinked in surprise at his explanation before turning a glare at the entrance. A barrier at the entrance, probably around the whole guild. What a cheap tactic, too old. He grunted with a nod. I'll give it a go. If I can, I'll track down those thunder punks, and if not, he shrugged. We'll figure something out. Gajil passed Natsu and held a hand forward as he walked to the doorway. A few steps past Natsu, Gajil stopped and growled while pressing against the invisible wall. Damned cowards. If you can't win head-on, what's the point of fighting? Makarov sighed resignedly. All right, you two, come back to me. He called from a few feet away from the statues. If we can't leave, then our only hope lies with our comrades already outside. He turned to face Natsu when he sat across from him, reluctantly joined by Gajil. How do you think they'll fare out there, Natsu? The Pinkett stared at him blankly. What's that mean? He means, how do you think they'll do, Salamander? Gajil huffed in annoyance. Oh, he muttered, blushing in embarrassment. Right, well, Gray's out there, and so is Kana, that water girl. Juvia, Lucy, Mira, Elfman, oh, crap. And so is that other guy from the tower, Simmons. Makarov's sweat dropped dramatically at the proclamation. You mean Simon? The Salamander nodded. Well then, those 7, plus all the others that haven't been eliminated yet could definitely pull it off. Almost like an omen, the runes in the doorway shifted, the words changing to read. Evergreen vs Elfman vs Simon. Elfman eliminated. Damn, Makarov cursed. I was counting Elfman being able to handle one of them, but I guess it was bad luck for him to run into Evergreen. A few more names appeared as more were eliminated from the battle. At this rate we're gonna need a miracle. The master admitted aloud. Crack. Oh no, Erza, Natsu shouted in shock. Her statue was cracking all of a sudden. And it was true. All along the side of her face, down her chest and even across her shoulder blades, minute spider web cracks were forming. Without any chance to react, a burst of smoke surrounded her statue, followed by a dull thump and a groan. A groan. The three thought in unison. The smoke cleared and their hopes were answered. On the ground sat Erza, looking dazed beyond belief, but very much free of her petrification. Erza, you're all right, Natsu cried out, shooting to his feet and helping her up. How did you escape? She ignored him to glance around the room rapidly, hope shining in her eyes but slowly dimming as she gathered her wits. Finally she sighed dejectedly. I thought I heard Naruni telling me to wake up, then I felt someone hug me and here I am. She straightened up, fire burning in her eyes. I know what I need to do. I'll go and defeat Evergreen. Do you have any idea where she might be? Gajil nodded seriously, jerking his head to the doorway. The runes say she was fighting that beast guy and the dude with the eye patch. Erza's eyes visibly widened at his description. Elfie's down for the count now, that was a few minutes ago. Which leaves her fighting the other one. Without further words, Erza blurred from the hall at a dead sprint, unimpeded by the barrier. I'm on my way, Simon. Now what? Gajil wondered. All we can do is wait, and have faith. Makarov admitted as he returned to his seat. Gajil shrugged and fell to the floor with a huff. Natsu remained standing, staring at every name as it appeared in the doorway. They're gonna pay for this when it's all over with, Gramps. This is unforgivable, putting the girls in danger like that. It ain't right, and it's not what Naruto would have wanted. Makarov only nodded. No response was necessary. Unbeknownst to the three patient wizards, a certain blonde spirit was pressing himself forlornly against the barrier at the door, watching as his sister rounded a bend and disappeared. No fair, he practically wailed. I get why those three can't leave, but what about me? I managed to wake her up, and I just get stuck here. Take me with you, thanks.